Chapter 450. At the bottom of the sea, behind a huge coral, Lu Ping quietly lay there and looked at everything in front of him. After a while, Lu Ping turned his head and looked at Samling behind him, then looked at Dagui who was further away and asked, "Dagui, are you sure this is Dao Master Aou's cave abode?" Lu Dagui moved his 4 legs, his huge head stretched and shrank in the turtle shell, and said sullenly, "The terrain here is exactly the same as when I came with Dao Master Lu Hai. There's no mistake. The underwater valley ahead is where his cave abode is, but his cave abode is heavily guarded, and there's a cave protection formation protecting it. I'm afraid it's very difficult for Master to enter." After Lu Ping came here through the hidden teleportation formation outside the cave abode, Lu Dagui suddenly recognized that this place was in the deep-sea demon region that he went to with Dao Master Lu Hai last time, near the location of Dao Master Aou's cave abode. Lu Ping knew that his previous speculation was wrong. Now that Aou killed Dao Master Li Shenyan and faced the pursuit of Zhenling's sect cultivators, he certainly didn't have time to return to his cave abode. However, since Lu Ping was here, there was no reason to return empty-handed. Lu Ping thought for a while and let Samling transform into his original form. His shrunken body climbed onto Lu Dagui's body, and then let Lu Dagui swim to Dao Master Aou's cave abode, while Lu Ping followed behind. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the entrance of the valley ahead. Lu Ping knew that Dagui and the others had already attracted the attention of the demon race guarding the cave abode. Lu Ping reached into the spirit pet bag and dug. Dabao just came out, and before he could celebrate his regained freedom, a terrifying pressure came to him. Dabao, who opened his mouth to breathe, only let out 2 bubbles. A pale yellow light flashed on his body and wrapped him in it, but this layer of pale yellow light shield was quickly crushed by the pressure of the deep sea. Dabao looked at his master helplessly. Lu Ping had no choice but to stuff the water-repelling moon pearl into Dabao's mouth. As the terrifying pressure around him lightened, Dabao immediately became active. Lu Ping gave Dabao a few instructions and then pointed to the location of Dabao's cave residence. Dabao raised his forelimbs and actually made a gesture of patting his chest to reassure Lu Ping. Then, he plunged into the underwater mountain range, leaving behind a somewhat incredulous Lu Ping. How could Dabao support his fat pig-like body with 2 hind legs? After a long time, Lu Ping realized that he was in the sea and not on land. After a while, Lu Dagui's body, which was almost 10 feet in circumference, swam towards Lu Ping's direction. Lu Ping frowned and said, "Where is Samling?" Lu Dagui said helplessly, "The 3 of them took advantage of the time when I used the excuse of visiting Dao Master Aou to attract the guards of the cave residence and quietly ran into the valley." Only then did Lu Ping remember that after Samling advanced to the core forging stage, he comprehended a magical power inherited from the green sea snake's bloodline, called water transformation. It could turn his whole body into a pool of invisible water and quietly sneak into the valley. Lu Ping shook his head and smiled bitterly. "These 3 mischievous guys always cause trouble for me. Get ready to help them. The magical power of water transformation can't last for too long. If the valley is heavily guarded, the 3 of them will definitely be discovered." Sure enough, not long after, there was a sudden scream from the demon beasts in the valley. Turbulent waves of magic power were followed by a series of roars. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lu Ping broke into the valley and found that it was already a pot of porridge. Not far away, there were several corpses lying on the ground. Most of them were demon beasts in the blood condensation stage. Lu Ping extended his divine sense and immediately captured Samling's current situation. At this time, Samling was surrounded by demon beasts. However, the demon beasts surrounding them didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill them. Instead, they formed an encirclement. A mid-stage core forging stage demon cultivator stood in the middle of the encirclement and fought with Samling. In the distance, there were a few mid-stage core forging stage demon beasts who seemed to be watching the battle. At the same time, they were pointing and talking excitedly. Lu Ping suddenly felt relieved. Obviously, these demon beasts thought Samling was a child who had mistakenly entered this place to play. Moreover, Samling had cultivated to the shape-shifting stage at such a young age. Obviously, he had a relatively noble bloodline among the demon beasts. He might even be a junior from a large clan who came to seek novelty. These demon beasts naturally didn't want to offend him. Samling followed Lu Ping everywhere. Although he had only cultivated for a short period of time, he had seen a lot and was quite clever. Naturally, he had already discovered the intentions of the surrounding demon beasts. He immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to attract the attention of the guarding demon beasts and prepare for Lu Ping to sneak into the cave mansion. Therefore, Samling's attacks became more and more fierce. For a moment, the mid-stage core forging stage demon beasts were defeated by Samling, who was only at the first stage of the core forging stage. In the hands of the three spirits, there were now magic weapons carefully refined by Chen Lian. In the hands of Lu Qing was a 30-foot-long wind forest whip, in the hands of Lu Hai was a huge heaven halberd, and in the hands of Lu Linga was a pair of exquisite and sharp ice daggers. Lu Hai was the main attacker with the heaven halberd in his hand. Lu Qing was floating in the sea, and a wind forest whip was restraining the middle-stage core forging realm demon cultivator on the opposite side. Lu Linga was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing around the demon cultivator. The pair of ice daggers were like the poisonous fangs in her mouth. Once the opponent came into contact with her daggers, a cold chill would pass through the opponent's clothes and magical weapon and go straight into the body, as if to freeze the opponent's Jinyuan. The demon beasts who dealt with Samling cursed. Although his cultivation was much higher than Samling's, he was restrained in the battle against Samling. It was difficult for him to exert his strength. Moreover, the three little snakes in front of him were the children of unknown families. They were so difficult to deal with when they joined hands. Originally, the demon beasts wanted to play with these three children, but he did not expect that he would become the object of ridicule by these fellow cultivators around him. Lu Ping sneaked into the depths of the valley with the art of deceiving the heavens and crossing the sea. He secretly sighed that these demon beasts guarding the valley were so lax. However, when he arrived at the valley, Lu Ping's eyes flashed with blue light. Looking at this defensive formation, Lu Ping understood the reason. Although Lu Ping was not a formation master, he often exchanged cultivation experiences with Hu Lili, so Lu Ping was no stranger to formations. On the contrary, because of the mysterious purple jade slip that Lu Ping brought out of Fei Ling Island, some of the fantastic ideas that Lu Ping proposed had inspired Hu Lili a lot, causing Hu Lili to often sigh that it was a pity that Lu Ping did not become a formation master. Looking at the cave mansion shrouded in white light, Lu Ping frowned. Lu Ping had only seen a formation of this level in some of the inheritance places on Tianling Mountain. Moreover, because of the existence of Tianling Mountain's defensive formation, these formations guarding the inheritance places were not fully activated. Even so, the power of those formations still surprised Lu Ping. But now, what Lu Ping was facing was a fully activated formation. Even if Dharma form Laozu came, it would not be easy to break this formation easily. Lu Ping hid in an inconspicuous corner at the bottom of the valley. He stretched out his hand and gently knocked on the ground. Dabao, who had the water and moon avoiding pearl in his mouth, drilled out of the ground with a dejected expression. As Lu Ping expected, such a powerful defensive formation had obviously isolated Dabao's earthmeld technique. Dargue had determined that this was the cave mansion of Daoist Master Aou. When Daoist Master Lu Hai used Dargue as a mount at the bottom of the sea, he personally handed over the treasures sent from the East Sea to Daoist Master Aou here. Just when Lu Ping was a little helpless, there was a sudden burst of cheers in the valley. The battle between the Samling and the middle stage core forging realm beast cultivator had been decided. The middle stage core forging realm cultivator had just gotten rid of Lu Qingfeng's forest whip, but his shoulder was pierced by Lu Linga's ice dagger. A bitter cold penetrated into his Jinyuan, causing half of the middle stage core forging realm beast cultivator's body to be numb. Lu Hai took the opportunity to pass the halberd to the beast cultivator's throat. The noise of the surrounding beast cultivators lasted for a long time. The sound of ridicule and abuse was heard everywhere. Obviously, it was because a middle-stage core forging realm cultivator had been defeated by three little guys who had just advanced to the core forging realm not long ago. Just when Lu Ping had the intention to retreat, the protective formation at the bottom of the valley actually operated on its own. A bright light appeared from the formation and penetrated outside the cave mansion. Obviously, someone was going to come out of the cave mansion. Lu Ping was shocked. Is there someone in the cave mansion? Could it be that Daoist Master Aou had already returned to his cave mansion? At this time, Lu Ping was so close to the protective formation. Even with the rock armor, Lu Ping was not sure that he could avoid the detection of a 9th-level core forging realm master. Thinking of the power that Lu Ping saw in the distance that day, Daoist Master Shenyan and the middle-aged cultivator who might be Daoist Master Aou showed. Although Lu Ping's cultivation had improved, he also knew that he was not an opponent of Daoist Master Shenyan, a 9th-level core forging realm cultivator. Back then, Daoist Master Aou had yet to reach the gold core stage. However, he was able to stand up to Daoist Master Li Shenyan as an equal. If Daoist Master Aou had also reached the gold core stage, his strength would likely be above Daoist Master Li Shenyan. Lu Ping slapped Dabao into the ground. At the same time, he carefully retracted his aura and hid in a corner, not daring to move. At the same time, a water whip appeared in his hand. At present, the golden scale sword was still in Daoist Master Enigma Flame's hand. After thinking about it for a long time, he was not confident that he could personally upgrade the golden scale sword. Instead, he handed it over to his teacher. The activation of the mansion protecting array had clearly alarmed the Yarrow guards who were watching the battle between Samling and the other Yarrow cultivators. Including the Yarrow cultivator that Samling defeated earlier, there were a total of 3 mid-stage core forging realm Yarrow cultivators and 5 early-stage core forging realm Yarrow cultivators. The rest were half-step transformation realm Yarrow cultivators at the blood condensation realm. They all had strange appearances. Some had the head of a shrimp, some had the head of a human, and some had the body of a fish. However, when they saw the activation of the mansion protecting array, their expressions turned solemn and they stood up straight. A passageway appeared from the bottom of the valley, passing through the mansion protecting array. Lu Ping narrowed his eyes. Traces of cyan light seemed to flash within them as he looked at the passageway. A young cultivator, who appeared to be about the same age as Lu Ping, walked out with an arrogant expression on his face. When Lu Ping saw that this cultivator's face was 80% similar to that of Daoist Master Aou, he breathed a long sigh of relief. It was just a 6th-level core forging realm cultivator. Additionally, he did not notice Lu Ping. The young Yarrow cultivator frowned and turned to look behind him. It seemed as though he had overlooked something. However, he then turned to look at the scattered cultivators in the valley and shouted, "Why is it so noisy?" The cultivators in the valley were as silent as cicadas in winter. The young cultivator's eyes turned sharp and he immediately turned to look at Samling, who was standing alone in the middle of the valley. His face sank greatly and he pointed at Samling and exclaimed, "By, green sea snake?" His voice had only just faded when a cold killing intent seeped out from the back of his head. Chapter 451. The cultivator who had just come out of the cave house actually recognized the identity of the Samling green sea snake. Taking advantage of his shock, Lu Ping made a prompt decision and lashed the water whip in his hand at the cultivator's back. When the cultivator saw that there were actually 3 green sea snakes in front of his cave house, he was shocked. When he felt something strange behind him, it was too late to dodge. Pa! A crisp sound was followed by a bone-piercing pain. Although Ao Wushuang tried his best to dodge, Lu Ping's water whip still shattered Ao Wushuang's protective energy barrier. If it weren't for the fact that the monster race's body was naturally stronger than the human race's, Lu Ping's water whip would have taken half his life. Ao Wushuang endured the severe pain and rushed forward. At the same time, he turned around and looked back, shouting, "You are..." However, before he could ask, Lu Ping's water whip had already come for the second time. Ao Wushuang's face changed, and an ice shield appeared in front of him. Pa! Another crisp sound was heard, and an inch-deep whip mark suddenly appeared on the entire ice shield. At the same time, a huge force came from the ice shield, pushing Ao Wushuang's body back again. At this time, the monster cultivators in the valley had already rushed toward Lu Ping. Obviously, they wanted to help Ao Wushuang. However, what they didn't see was the smile on Lu Ping's face. Just when the 3 middle stage core forging stage monster cultivators rushed in front of Ao Wushuang to protect him, they saw Lu Ping's expression was solemn. He suddenly raised his hands and shouted, "Rise!" The monster cultivators running in front of Ao Wushuang all felt their bodies suddenly sink. When they looked up, they didn't know when a huge 9th rank white jade lotus appeared above their heads. The lotus slowly rotated in the seawater above the monster cultivators. Each petal was flashing with white spiritual light, and spiritual patterns were flickering on the lotus, forming a mysterious pattern. Ao Wushuang broke free from the protection of the monster cultivators, pointed at Lu Ping, and shouted, "Human cultivator, kill him." The monster cultivators under Ao Wushuang's command were fierce. 2 middle stage core forging stage monster cultivators took the lead and rushed toward Lu Ping. Lu Ping had a sneer on his face, and he said softly, "Ding hai." The white jade lotus hovering above everyone suddenly spat out 12 huge pearls from the center of the flower. The pearls flew around the valley. As soon as Lu Ping's voice fell, the whole sea in the valley was imprisoned. Many monster cultivators in the valley couldn't move. 2 monster cultivators who were about to rush toward Lu Ping slowly fell to the ground. Light of true essence flowed on their bodies, but they still couldn't break Lu Ping's imprisonment. Lu Ping was quite satisfied with the power of his life-bonded magic treasure, especially after Lu Ping used the 9th rank white jade lotus as his life-bonded array diagram and the 12 Genchen beads to finally perfect the 12 Genchen array. The power of Lu Ping's life-bonded magic treasure reached a higher level. Before he used the 9th rank white jade lotus as his life-bonded array diagram, the 12 Genchen beads were powerful, but every time Lu Ping used them, he had to spend a lot of divine sense to first construct a divine sense array diagram within the range of the 12 Genchen beads to control the operation of the 12 Genchen array. Although the power was not small, the consumption on Lu Ping's divine sense and true essence was really unbearable for Lu Ping. Now, with the 9th rank white jade lotus as the core array diagram, Lu Ping only needed to spend his true essence and divine sense to activate the array diagram, and he could easily control the 12 Genchen array diagram. Although the consumption of true essence and divine sense was still worlds apart compared to other people's life-bonded magic treasures, for Lu Ping, who had far more vigorous true essence and tyrannical divine sense than cultivators of the same level, it was nothing. Not to mention that the perfect Genchen array diagram was much more powerful than before. Lu Ping had secluded himself for 5 years on Huangli Island, and then cultivated for a year in the Pill Pavilion's land of inheritance to break through to the 5th layer of the core forging realm. During this time, Lu Ping finally engraved the 4th restriction on the 12 Genchen beads, upgrading the 12 Genchen beads to the level of a psychic magic treasure. However, the 9th rank white jade lotus array diagram still only had 3 restrictions, so the upgrade of the array diagram was even more difficult than the 12 Genchen beads. Moreover, Lu Ping did not have a suitable restriction in his hands. Even so, Lu Ping's 9th rank white jade lotus was a true flower king that had been nurtured for 9,000 years, and its quality was even higher than Lu Ping's 12 Genchen beads. Although it had not advanced to the level of a psychic magic treasure, its power was no less than that of the Genchen beads. Lu Ping's life-bonded magic treasure immediately imprisoned 4 mid-stage core forging realm cultivators of the same level as him. The many demon cultivators that followed behind him were immediately frightened, and those who were quick-witted immediately tried to slip away. Unexpectedly, just as they turned around, they were caught by a wind forest whip, and then a large halberd slashed horizontally at them, immediately splitting them in half. Lu Ping also swung the water whip in his hand. The eyes of the 2 mid-stage core forging realm demon cultivators that rushed towards him were filled with fear, but their bodies could not break free from Lu Ping's imprisonment. They wanted to open their mouths to howl, but found that their mouths did not listen to them. Immediately afterward, they felt their bodies become light, and the world suddenly turned upside down, and then they lost consciousness. Ao Wushuang, who was imprisoned by Lu Ping, saw with his own eyes how easily his 2 subordinates were killed by the long whip magic treasure in Lu Ping's hand. He was suddenly frightened, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. A white bead suddenly emerged from his chest, and a strange chill raged, and the surrounding seawater imprisoned by Lu Ping immediately froze into ice. Ao Wushuang's body shook, and the frozen seawater was immediately minced into a pile of broken ice by the two cold swords that appeared behind Ao Wushuang. Lu Ping's sea-calming magical power was broken. However, Ao Wushuang had long been frightened by Lu Ping's previous method of casually killing two subordinates of similar cultivation level to his own. He had long lost the courage to fight against Lu Ping. After using the strange cold bead to break Lu Ping's imprisonment, he turned around and fled out of the valley. Dragon Ice Bead. Father, you must not let him escape. Among the Samling, Lu Linga, who was usually the most mischievous, saw the white bead and immediately shouted to Lu Ping. At the same time, she jumped forward, intending to stop Ao Wushuang. However, Ao Wushuang was, after all, a 6-stage core forging realm expert. Among cultivators of the same level, there were few who could rival him. This time, Lu Ping had taken the initiative. The 2 consecutive whip attacks had seriously injured Ao Wushuang. Then, the power of the 12 Zhenchen Great Formation made him scared out of his wits. He had long lost the courage to fight against Lu Ping. If he didn't have the strange cold bead on him, perhaps he would have already closed his eyes and waited for death. But now, Ao Wushuang only wanted to escape. Even if Lu Linga was the green sea snake, how could she be the opponent of a 6-stage core forging realm cultivator? Not to mention that Ao Wushuang's origin was not much lower than the green sea snake. When Lu Ping heard Lu Linga's shout, his heart skipped a beat. He wanted to stop Ao Wushuang from escaping. However, the mid-core forging realm cultivator who blocked Ao Wushuang's escape was also freed after Ao Wushuang broke Lu Ping's sea-calming technique. Now, in order for Ao Wushuang to escape, the mid-core forging realm cultivator desperately rushed towards Lu Ping. In desperation, Lu Ping waved the water whip in his hand. The surrounding seawater, driven by the water whip, formed a surging water wall in front of Lu Ping. The demonic cultivator, who was covering Ao Wushuang's escape, was unafraid of death. This made Lu Ping a lot more cautious. However, when the cultivator's flying sword stabbed into the water wall in front of Lu Ping, the demonic cultivator suddenly felt as if his long sword had entered a huge vortex. The flying sword began to spin involuntarily. No matter how hard the demonic cultivator shouted, he could not regain control of the flying sword. By then, Lu Ping's nether aqua sword was already in front of the demonic cultivator. Just as it was about to kill him, however, Lu Ping's expression suddenly changed. A blue light flashed out from his chest and a somewhat broken flag suddenly appeared above Lu Ping's head. Immediately after, a cracking sound rang out and the flying sword, which had almost lost control of itself, suddenly exploded. The scattered magic treasure fragments shot out in all directions. The water whip, which had been dancing like a nimble snake inside the water wall, was struck by the magic treasure fragments. Like a wounded mudfish, it no longer possessed its previous agility. The undercurrent inside the water wall could no longer stop the scattered fragments and it immediately collapsed. However, the broken flag above Lu Ping's head shone with an ink-black light. The magic treasure fragments were all embedded in this light, unable to move an inch further. Lu Ping gave a cold snort. He did not want to almost fall into the demonic cultivator's trap. His face was so cold that a layer of frost seemed to form over it. He did not even pick up the water whip that had fallen to the ground. Instead, he stared coldly at the demonic cultivator who was grinning at him. A clump of red light appeared on the demonic cultivator's chest. Next, the demonic cultivator's entire body was dyed in bright red light, making him look like a cooked prawn. The demonic cultivator wanted to blow up his gold core. Clearly, he wanted to die together with Lu Ping. However, at this moment, the human cultivator who was right in front of him coldly shouted, "God strike." The demonic cultivator felt a chill in his chest. Next, he felt as if he had lost all his strength. When he looked down, a bowl-sized hole had appeared on his chest. The demonic cultivator gave Lu Ping a look of despair before falling to the ground. In that split second, a scream was heard. Lu Linga had been sent flying by Ao Wushuang with a pair of ice swords, and Ao Wushuang had fled. Lu Qing and Lu Hai, who were blocking the other demonic cultivators, exclaimed at the same time. They put down their opponents and ran to the place where Lu Linga had fallen. Lu Ping was furious. An angry snort suddenly exploded in Ao Wushuang's mind. Ao Wushuang screamed, and his flying speed suddenly slowed down. Lu Ping had already used his flying ability and appeared behind Ao Wushuang. Ao Wushuang endured the pain in his mind, which was like being stabbed by needles and knives. He wanted to force his way away, but he suddenly found that the surrounding seawater had imprisoned him again. Ao Wushuang's heart sank. He knew that he could no longer escape, so he simply shouted, "You can't kill me. My father is the patriarch of the Ice Dragon clan, AOU. I am the only heir of the Ice Dragon clan. If you kill me, not only will my father kill you, but the entire North Sea Demon clan will also kill you." Before Ao Wushuang could finish his words, he heard a bone-chilling voice coming from behind him, "God strike." A glittering and translucent pearl drew a long shadow in the sea and shot toward Ao Wushuang. Ao Wushuang opened his mouth and spat out the cold pearl from before. He immediately blocked this Genchen pearl in front of him. However, before he could rejoice, a series of sharp pain buried his consciousness. Ao Wushuang's body had been smashed by the other 11 Genchen pearls. With a poof, the pearl emitting a cold white mist fell to the ground. Chapter 452. Ignoring the fleeing monsters, Lu Ping walked quickly towards Lu Linga, only to see Lu Linga lying in Lu Hai's arms, ignoring the blood overflowing from the corner of her mouth, and shouted to Lu Ping, "Father, the Ice Dragon Pearl and the storage device." Lu Ping saw that although Lu Linga was seriously injured, her spirit was still good. He knew that it was not a big deal, so he smiled and said, "They always say that Dabao is a miser, but I think little Linga is the biggest miser. You don't even care about your own injury." As Lu Ping spoke, he waved his hand backwards, and the Ice Dragon Pearl and the storage device on Ao Wushuang immediately flew towards Lu Ping's hand. At this moment, Lu Linga seemed to think of something and cried eagerly, "Father, be careful of the Ice Dragon Pearl." However, Lu Linga's warning was a little late. As soon as the Ice Dragon Pearl was in his hand, Lu Ping felt a strange chill penetrating into his flesh and blood from his palm, and at the same time, following the blood flow to his heart. Along the way, it seemed to freeze Lu Ping's whole body into ice. Lu Ping let out a lighter sound, and his whole body's zhenqi fluctuated. The strange chill that went against the blood flow was immediately dissolved by Lu Ping's zhenqi, which was smelted by Shenyuan heavy water. Seeing that Lu Ping was fine, Lu Linga breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly felt tired. Lu Ping fed a good healing pill into Lu Linga's mouth, and was about to put Lu Linga into the spiritual beast bag to recuperate, but he heard Lu Linga say anxiously, "Father, can you let Linga have a look at the Ice Dragon Pearl?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "Not now, we are now in the abyss, the base camp of the monster race. We have made such a big noise, and dozens of monsters have escaped. I am afraid it will not be long before other monster cultivators come to kill us. We have to leave as soon as possible, so as not to be surrounded." As soon as Lu Ping's voice fell, he saw Lu Linga's small mouth pouting. Lu Ping smiled and said, "But I promise you, I will give you the Ice Dragon Pearl after we go out." Only then did Lu Linga reluctantly agree. She pointed a finger behind Lu Ping and said, "All right, but I want that pair of ice sword." Lu Ping looked at the pair of ice swords left behind by Ao Wushuang. They were his natal mystic treasures, a pair of spirit-connected mystic treasures with 4 layers of seals. However, he smiled and said, "Sure, but you will have to wait for your cultivation to increase a little. Right now, you are probably still unable to use the psychic flying sword." Lu Linga nodded and said, "Linga will definitely work hard to cultivate." Lu Ping patted Lu Linga's little head with relief, and then put her into the storage bag. Looking at Lu Qing and Lu Hai, who were standing on both sides with envious expressions, Lu Ping smiled and said, "You two little devils, even your little sister's things are coveting. Don't worry, in the future, I will find the same good things for you, but you have to work hard to cultivate." Lu Qing and Lu Hai nodded their little heads like chickens pecking rice. Lu Ping laughed and said, "You two pack up the good things of the fallen core forging stage monster cultivators. I want to see how to break this formation as soon as possible, otherwise I am afraid it will be too late." On the Golden Jiao Island in the southeast of the North Sea, the Golden Jiao Island Lord, who had already advanced to the Dharma stage a few years ago, was hosting a banquet to entertain a middle-aged cultivator. The Golden Jiao Island Lord looked at the cultivator in front of him and laughed. "Brother Ao Chuang, I didn't expect that after so many years, you would make such a big move. The half-step Dharma adept of Zhenling and the Dharma adept Laozu of Xianling sect are both dead and injured. The two sects are probably at daggers drawn now, and the North Sea human race is on the verge of civil war. I really admire you." The middle-aged cultivator, Ao Chuang, slowly put down the wine glass in his hand, and a slight smile appeared on his calm face. He said, "Brother Ao Chuang, you flatter me. I am also being selfish. That Dao Shi killed my sister with his own hands, and that Li Shenyan deserves to die even more. If he had not made a solemn vow, my sister would not have married him so wholeheartedly. But the truth is that my sister has fallen, and he is still alive, and living as gloriously as the person who killed my sister. What 3 truths and 4 spirits, true shadow, half-step Dharma adept. In my opinion, these people should have died long ago, but now it is already too late to make a move." The Golden Jiao Island Lord, Ao Chuang, laughed and said, "Well said, Brother Ao Chuang. These human cultivators are used to sweet-talking and scheming. On normal days, they fight with the demon race, and behind closed doors, they also fight among themselves. It is ridiculous and infuriating to see. None of them are good people, and it is better for them to die as soon as possible." Ao Yu did not seem to find Ao Chuang's scolding funny at all, and continued to say slowly, "But just based on this scheme, it is not enough to cause the Zhenling and Xianling sects to completely fall out. In the end, it is just the high-level practitioners of the two sects showing their fangs to each other and intimidate each other. As for the internal strife, when did the two sects stop? It is just that the intensity of the internal strife is different." When the Golden Jiao Island Lord, Ao Chuang, saw the indifferent face of enlightened Master Ao Yu, who was known as the last hope of the Ice Dragon clan, he also showed an interested smile and said, "It seems that Brother Ao Yu has a follow-up plan?" The corner of Ao Yu's eyes twitched, but there was a trace of invisible murderous intent in his indifferent tone. He chuckled and said, "My nephew is the offspring of a human and a demon, but my brother-in-law has been using the name of a personal disciple to cover it up. I wonder how big of a wave it will cause when this matter spreads to the human cultivation world of the North Sea." Ao Chuang, Laozu, slapped his thigh and said, "Brother Ao Yu, good plan. Since ancient times, demons and Zhenling have never coexisted with each other. Now that the North Sea's cultivation world is getting stronger and Xianling sect is getting weaker, Xianling sect will definitely not give up any excuse to suppress Zhenling. As long as this news spreads, Zhenling's crime of colluding with our clan will be more real. Even if the two sects do not break out into a war because of this, there will be a lot of internal strife in the dark." Ao Yu smiled reservedly, picked up the wine cup in front of him and drank 2 mouthfuls, but unexpectedly, his face changed. What he drank was wine, but what he spat out was blood. Ao Yu's face turned pale, and his previous elegance and restraint were immediately thrown out of the sky. He stood up abruptly and shouted, "How dare you!" Ao Chuang's face also changed. He stood up and asked, "Brother Ao Yu, is there something wrong with the cave mansion? If there is anything you need Big Brother's help, just say it." Ao Yu's pale face now turned black. He nodded and said in a cold voice, "My son Ao Wushuang is probably dead. Someone broke into my Ice Dragon cave mansion." Ao Chuang was shocked at first, then he let out an "ah." Then, he flew into a rage and said, "Who dares to be so bold? Don't they know that the Ice Dragon clan is under the protection of my primordial giant crocodile clan? If I, Ao Chuang, find out, I will definitely slaughter his clan." Then, Ao Chuang seemed to think of something and forced himself to calm down. He said, "Brother Ao Yu, I am sorry for nephew Wushuang's death." Ao Yu seemed to have not heard Ao Chuang's furious roar earlier. Instead, he was quietly thinking about something. When he heard Ao Chuang's words, he suddenly laughed in a strange manner, causing Ao Chuang to be stunned. He asked in a somewhat confused manner, "Brother Ao Yu, you are..." Ao Yu's face was full of smiles, but his mouth was so cold that it could condense into ice. He said, "Brother Ao Chuang, It may not be a member of my clan. Ao Chuang was stunned. He shook his head and said, "You are saying that someone has sneaked into the deep-sea demon region? Absolutely impossible. The deep-sea demon region is heavily guarded. No one can quietly sneak into the deep-sea demon region without being discovered." Ao Yu still had an unpredictable smile on his face. He smiled at Ao Chuang and said, "Brother Ao Chuang, thank you for your hospitality. I want to return to the cave house as soon as possible and personally tear the murderer of my son into pieces." Ao Chuang was stunned, but he did not immediately agree. Instead, he said, "Brother Ao Yu, I know you are eager for revenge. However, at this time, Zhenling's late core forging realm masters are looking for your traces in the entire North Sea cultivation world. I am afraid that there are already spies of various sects lying in ambush outside Golden Dragon Island. Once you leave Golden Dragon Island, I am afraid that you will immediately face the pursuit of Zhenling's cultivators." Ao Chuang looked at Ao Yu's disapproving expression and continued, "How about this? The situation in the Ice Dragon's cave house has already attracted the attention of our clan's cultivators in the demon region. I believe that there will be people going to investigate very soon. I will now send a manifestation talisman down and strictly order our clan's experts to pursue and kill the murderer of nephew Wushuang. At the same time, I will order people to protect the Ice Dragon's cave house. What do you think?" Ao Yu shook his head and said, "Thank you, Brother Ao Chuang. However, I still need to hurry to the vicinity of Huanyu Island as soon as possible. If the person who invaded the Ice Dragon's cave house is really a human or demon cultivator, then this person will definitely appear near Huanyu Island." Ao Chuang wanted to ask for the reason, but when he opened his mouth, he said, "Huanyu Island? You must not go there. That is the territory of that crazy woman, Tian Shui. Once you appear there, she will dare to violate the manifestation Laozu's rule of not participating in battles and kill you. I, your elder brother, do not have the ability to rescue you from under her hands. At that time, if you die, even our clan's Laozu will not be able to do anything to her." Ao Yu smashed the table in front of him with a punch. The cold light in his eyes became sharper and the corner of his eyes twitched more intensely. However, the smile on his face also became brighter. He opened his mouth and said, "Good, good, good." 3 words. Endless killing intent pervaded the Golden Flood Dragon Laozu's cave house. Immediately after, he spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Wushuang, my son, you are killing me." At this time, Lu Ping, who was in the valley, naturally didn't know that Daoist Ao Yu, who was hiding in the Golden Flood Dragon Island, had almost gone crazy because of Ao Wushuang's death. At this moment, he was standing in front of the cave house that was surrounded by the mansion-protecting Grand Array, thinking about how to open the mansion-protecting Grand Array as soon as possible. This was because Lu Ping knew that he didn't have much time here. He was afraid that the experts of the demon domain had already rushed to the Ice Dragon cave house. Now, I can only hope that Dabao can do it. Just at the moment when Ao Wushuang came out of the cave house, Dabao took the risk to sneak into the cave house through the passage that Ao Wushuang opened. At that time, Ao Wushuang was attracted by the movement in the valley, so he didn't notice Dabao's trace. However, this mansion-protecting Grand Array was obviously very powerful. Even if Dabao found the array disk, he would be helpless. Lu Ping thought about it. Now, he could only break the mansion-protecting Grand Array by force. Hopefully, he could make it in time. Chapter 453. In front of the Ice Dragon Immortal Cave, Lu Ping held the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash in his hand for the first time. The 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash slowly rose in Lu Ping's hand, and a colorful light flickered on the surface of the calabash, as if there was a great power brewing within it. Lu Ping's face was dignified, and his whole body's Jin Yuan was poured into the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash in midair, and the surface of the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash was surrounded by more and more colorful lightning. Just when the entire 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash was wrapped in lightning, Lu Ping's eyes were fixed on the defensive array in front of him, and he shouted, "Fall!" Boom! Crackle! With a loud noise, 7 different colored lightning burst out from the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash, which had already turned into a ball of lightning. The 7 lightning bolts were like a lightning rope in the air, entangled and twisted together, and a 7-colored lightning bolt fell on the defensive array with lightning speed. After that, there was a deafening explosion, and the surrounding seawater, with the underwater valley as the center, a strong wave spread in all directions. Lu Ping had already realized that the moment the 7-colored lightning bolt fell, and the broken water control flag had already been raised above his head. However, the power of the 7 treasures thunder calabash, which had already reached the small success stage, still left Lu Ping dumbfounded. This was not close to the power of a great magical power, this was simply a real great magical power. Even if Lu Ping had the golden scale sword in his hand, and used the 100 rivers flow into the sea sword formation, its power was only this much. However, before Lu Ping could wake up from the excitement of having a great magical power again, the tenacity of the defensive array in front of him made Lu Ping feel somewhat helpless. The entire protective array formation seemed to have been weakened by Lu Ping's attacks, but it didn't break through the array formation. The entire array formation was still operating in an orderly manner, and it seemed that the array formation was connected to the underground spirit vein. If Lu Ping continued his attacks, the array formation would quickly recover with the support of the spirit vein. Lu Ping dared not be negligent. De Bao was still trapped inside the grotto mansion. If he could not break the great array protecting the grotto mansion before the reinforcements from the Yarrow clan arrived, not only would he be unable to obtain the treasures inside, De Bao would also be trapped inside the grotto mansion. The 7 thunder treasures gourd was once again wrapped in a ball of lightning. With a loud bang, the great defensive formation was shaken again. This time, the great defensive formation seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Lu Ping made a prompt decision. Ignoring the temporary impediment of the circulation of the true essence in his body caused by the full use of the 7 thunder treasures gourd, a 9th grade white jade lotus rose from his chest and stopped above the great defensive formation. The 12 Gen-Chen beads slowly rotated around the white jade lotus. Lu Ping took a deep breath and circulated the true essence in his body. The impediment caused by the continuous use of the great magical power immediately recovered. Lu Ping stretched out his palm and clenched it tightly. He shouted in a low voice, suppressing mountain. 12 dark blue true essences shot out from the white jade lotus and connected with the 12 surrounding pearls. At the same time, the 12 Gen-Chen beads also emitted a dark blue light and connected with each other. The entire natal magic weapon formed a tight formation above the great defensive formation. At this moment, the white jade lotus along with the 12 pearls suddenly sank down. A dull roar spread in all directions. The light of the entire great defensive formation suddenly dimmed. It seemed as if a gust of wind could blow the entire formation away. Lu Ping's face just showed a hint of joy. However, a long whistling sound came from afar. Lu Ping's complexion changed. He thought that it was coming so fast. Although Lu Ping was anxious, his spirit became more and more calm. His eyes shone with a bright blue light. The veins of the formation that he couldn't clearly see before were gradually revealed under the gaze of the 3 pure true eyes. Lu Ping's heart leaped with joy. He slowly uttered 2 words, God strike. The 12 Gen-Chen beads collided with the 12 floors that Lu Ping had just discovered. At this moment, a majestic roar came from afar. Who dares to cause trouble in the deep-sea demon domain? As soon as the voice fell, a spiritual sense had already spread in the direction of Lu Ping. Lu Ping's expression turned cold. The person who came was obviously a late-stage core forging cultivator. Lu Ping's heart moved. A spiritual sense had already formed a spiritual sense barrier around Lu Ping. When the opponent's spiritual sense wanted to explore Lu Ping's identity, it was firmly blocked by Lu Ping's spiritual sense. Now Lu Ping could only temporarily delay the exposure of his identity as a human. Otherwise, once the demon race found out that the deep-sea demon domain was actually infiltrated by a human cultivator, then it wouldn't just be this cultivator, but the entire deep-sea demon domain would be alarmed. Sure enough, the opponent's spiritual sense was blocked by Lu Ping. A cold snort exploded around Lu Ping. Hiding your head but showing your tail. You actually dared to plot the inheritance cave of the Ice Python clan. Aren't you afraid of provoking the revenge of my primordial giant crocodile clan? As soon as the voice fell, dozens of miles away, another 2 late-stage core forging cultivators' auras rose and oppressed in the direction of Lu Ping. Lu Ping was very anxious. He accelerated the transmission of true essence to the Zhenchen Great Formation by 30%. The entire white jade lotus platform erupted with a bright spiritual light. Hualala. Like a broken porcelain, the entire Great Formation was finally broken under the attack of the Zhenchen beads. De Bao had already dragged his heavy body towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping's expression stagnated. Although De Bao loved treasures, he had always cherished his life. This time, how many things had he plundered inside that he couldn't even walk steadily? Lu Ping didn't have time to think about the reason. He put De Bao into the spiritual pet bag and Lu Qing and Lu Hai on the side. Now the 3 late-stage core forging cultivators behind him had divided into 3 directions and surrounded Lu Ping. Lu Ping looked at the cave mansion that had been opened to him and cursed fiercely. He turned and ran in the direction of the teleportation array that Daoist Master Aou had secretly set up. Lu Ping's heart was bleeding. Although De Bao had plundered inside before, Lu Ping also saw the big words Ice Dragon Cave Mansion engraved on the cave mansion before he left. In addition to the voice of the monster cultivator just now, Lu Ping vaguely guessed that this cave mansion was not only Daoist Master Aou's cave mansion, but also the inheritance of the Ice Dragon clan. Then there must be a lot of treasures in it. Unfortunately, Lu Ping had no time to explore this treasure house. Although De Bao had a spirit-seeking innate talent, this talent was limited in many ways. If a spirit stone and a heaven and earth spirit treasure were placed inside, perhaps it was because of the spirit sealing talisman on the heaven and earth spirit treasure that prevented the heaven and earth spirit treasure's spiritual chi from leaking out. Then De Bao might treat the spirit stone as a treasure and ignore the heaven and earth spirit treasure beside it. Lu Ping gave up quickly, but the cultivator chasing behind him was faster. Before Lu Ping could escape, the cultivator with the majestic voice had already roared, "Where are you going? Eat my hammer first." Lu Ping immediately sensed that the opponent's magic treasure had not arrived, but a huge wave of water pressure had already arrived behind Lu Ping. Lu Ping firmly wrapped himself with his divine sense, not daring to turn around to face the enemy, afraid that his identity would be exposed. Just now, the monster cultivators guarding the Ice Dragon Cave Mansion had basically all transformed and were killed by the joint forces of Lu Ping and Samling. The remaining blood condensation monster cultivators would not be able to report the situation here directly to the late core forging cultivators. It must be known that the hierarchy of the monster race was stricter than that of the human race, so Lu Ping's identity had not been exposed yet. The 3 monster cultivators chasing after him must have thought that he was a monster cultivator coveting the inheritance of the Ice Dragon clan. Lu Ping did not look back. He swung the water whip in his hand behind him, and an invisible whirlpool immediately dissolved the heavy water pressure. But immediately afterwards, a meteor hammer larger than Lu Ping's head slammed into Lu Ping's back. Lu Ping's divine sense moved, and his expression changed. The water-controlling flag rose for the 3rd time, and an ink-colored curtain of light hung in front of Lu Ping. At the same time, Lu Ping's 6-layered protective magic, the true astral shield, rapidly expanded outwards. Soon, it expanded into an ink-colored curtain of light, which collided with the incoming meteor hammer. Crack! Lu Ping's protective magic was dented by the meteor hammer, and cracks appeared on the protective aura shield. Lu Ping's chest tightened, and he instantly removed the protection of his aura shield. Then, under the powerful thrust of the meteor hammer, he quickly fled. After the meteor hammer retracted the protective aura shield, it immediately hit the ink-colored curtain of the water-controlling flag. Lu Ping's divine sense seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and he almost revealed a flaw, allowing the demonic practitioners behind him to discover his human identity. The water-controlling flag was indeed from the hands of Jiao Yuqiang, who was once the first person under the Dharma Adept of the North Sea. Although it was damaged, the top psychic magic weapon condensed with the 6 treasures restriction still blocked the flying meteor hammer outside the ink-colored curtain of light. However, Lu Ping was once again hit by the impact and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, his physical body was now strong, and he managed to take advantage of the impact of the meteor hammer to activate his escape magic, temporarily escaping from the line of sight of the demonic practitioners behind him. Clipchamp, where else can you escape to? Hand over the inheritance of the Ice Dragon clan, and the primordial giant crocodile clan may spare your life. Lu Ping escaped from the valley, turned a few cracks on the seabed, and wiped open a small teleportation array covered with sea mud and seaweed. He sprinkled a handful of spirit stones on the teleportation array, and stamped his feet, and the teleportation array flashed. Just as the teleportation array was about to start, Lu Ping suddenly jumped out of the teleportation array, but he had already put on the stone armor again, and on his head was the water-repellent moonlight pearl. He turned around a seabed valley and disappeared without a trace. When the 3 late-stage core forging cultivators found the teleportation array in the crack on the seabed, the teleportation array that had just been activated was slowly extinguishing. The 3 demonic practitioners' faces changed drastically, and one of them stepped in front of the teleportation array, looked down, and said coldly, "Oh no, this is the teleportation array that teleports to the outside of the deep-sea demonic territory. That person is very likely to be a human cultivator." The person who spoke was obviously the demonic practitioner who attacked Lu Ping with the meteor hammer. Another demonic practitioner suddenly said, "No wonder this person has been attaching his divine sense to his body, and did not let us see his face. I am afraid that his identity as a human will be exposed." The third demonic practitioner asked, "What should we do now?" The first demonic practitioner gritted his teeth and said, "Chase, we must not let this person escape." The teleportation array flashed again, and the spiritual light disappeared. The previous 3 late-stage core forging cultivators had disappeared from the deep-sea demonic territory. Chapter 454. The banquet on Golden Flood Dragon Island had already ended. Golden Flood Dragon Island Lord, Ao Chuang, was sitting at the banquet where Daoist Master Aou was being held. No one knew what he was thinking. From behind the screen behind Golden Flood Dragon Island Lord, a burly man with an ugly face walked out. He approached Golden Flood Dragon Island Lord and said in a low voice, "Father, Aou has already left Golden Flood Dragon Island." "Yes, I know." Golden Flood Dragon Island Lord replied indifferently. "Father knows. Then why?" The burly man asked in puzzlement. Golden Flood Dragon Island Lord Ao Chuang glanced at the burly man from the corner of his eyes and said, "Is there anything on this island that I don't know? Since Aou suspects that the intruder is a human, then he naturally has his reasons. We only need to save his life when Tian Shui finds him." The burly man seemed to understand and asked, "Father, are you guessing that there is a secret path that connects to the deep-sea demon region, and Aou knows about it?" Golden Flood Dragon Island Lord Ao Chuang sneered. Back then, Yin Chuchu and Li Shenyan got together. How could Yin Chuchu enter and exit the deep-sea demon region without being discovered by the humans and demons? Huan Yu Island is not a secret realm, but a secret teleportation array. The burly man's heart skipped a beat and he said, "Then could this place really have been exposed to the humans?" Golden Flood Dragon Island Lord looked at his son helplessly, but he still explained, "No, if the intruder is really a human, then the secret of the teleportation array must have been accidentally discovered by him. Otherwise, Junling would not have exposed the secret of the teleportation array so easily." Although Yin Chuchu was secretly in love with Li Shenyan, she did not betray the demon race. She told Li Shenyan about the teleportation array she built in secret to meet her lover, but she would never have thought that her own brother would betray her and let Xianling's Daosha know about her identity. Naturally, Daosha was overjoyed and wanted to kill the two before revealing Yin Chuchu's identity as a demon to make Junling suffer in silence. Who would have thought that Yin Chuchu would be so strong-willed as to explode her dragon ice pearl in order for her lover to escape? There was some admiration on the burly man's face. He said, "That Li Shenyan is too cowardly. He actually abandoned his wife and escaped alone. He still has the face to live until now. However, to be able to muster the courage to assassinate Daosha this time, he can be considered a man even before his death." But why did Aou betray his sister? And why is Aou surnamed Ao, while his sister's surname is Yin? Moreover, if Aou wanted to scheme against Li Shenyan, why would he wait for such a long time? I heard that Aou obtained the treasure from the East Sea. No matter what, he is about to achieve an 8th grade golden core. Why didn't he make a move after refining the treasure? That way, his chances of success would be higher. Perhaps Dao Shi would have already perished at their hands. The Golden Flood Dragon Island Lord smiled calmly. There was no trace of the previous generosity he had when he invited Aou. He said, "You don't have the qualifications to know about the matters of the Ice Dragon clan. As for why Aou made a move now, it's because Li Shenyan is about to achieve the Dharma realm. At that time, even if Aou refines the treasure and achieves an 8th grade golden core, and achieves the Dharma realm, even if his strength is above Li Xuannin's, it won't be easy to kill him." Seeing the burly man in front of him scratching his head in confusion, the Golden Flood Dragon Island Lord waved his hand with waning interest. He said, "When you advance to the Dharma realm one day, you will understand." Aou firmly believed that the person who broke into his cave dwelling and killed his beloved son was definitely a human cultivator. Moreover, he must have entered the deep-sea demon region through his secret teleportation array. Then, this person would definitely escape from here. He wanted to kill the murderer who almost ended the Ice Dragon clan's inheritance here, even if he had to take the risk of being discovered by Tian Shui of Huanyu Island, because he believed that the primordial giant crocodile clan would definitely send someone to save him. The teleportation array in front of him finally lit up. Aou immediately became excited. At that time, he and Li Shenyan had joined hands to heavily injure Dao Shi. When they gained the upper hand, they suddenly counterattacked and killed Li Shenyan. He was also this excited. A cold ice pearl wrapped in a strange cold mist slowly rose from the top of Aou's head. If Lu Ping was here, he would definitely know that this was another ice dragon pearl. Moreover, the power displayed by this ice dragon pearl was simply incomparable to the ice dragon pearl that Aou Wushuang used. This was a great divine ability of the Ice Dragon clan. It required the Ice Dragon Pearl unique to the Ice Dragon clan to be used. Aou was confident that he could use this great divine ability to heavily injure any late-stage core forging cultivator who was caught off guard. Even Li Shenyan, who had formed a 7th grade golden core, was heavily injured by this inherited divine ability before being killed by Aou. However, after the teleportation array's light faded, no one appeared above the teleportation array. This caused Aou to be startled. However, the teleportation array's light flickered again. Aou didn't make any more guesses. Right now, he was ready to use his great divine ability at any time. He wouldn't destroy the teleportation array and cause an accident to happen to the person who came. Instead, he wanted to personally dismember the person who killed his beloved son into 1,000 pieces. The teleportation array's light flickered and revealed a human figure. This time, there was no mistake. The great divine ability in Daoist Master Aou's hand turned into a sky full of frost and icicles, covering the sky and covering the earth as they shot towards the people in the teleportation array. Not good, that bastard is sneaking an attack. This person is actually a 9th layer core forging cultivator. No, it's Aou. King stop, it's one of us. Ah. When Aou used his great divine ability, he felt that something was wrong. There were actually 3 people teleporting over, and all 3 of them were late-stage core forging cultivators. Even if he could seriously injure one of them, with the remaining 2 joining hands, he wouldn't be able to do anything in a short period of time. At that time, it would definitely alarm Tian Shui, and he would be doomed. Thinking of this, Aou turned around and was about to leave first. Unexpectedly, the people who teleported over were cursing and screaming. Aou was startled. They were actually demon race cultivators. Could it be that the North Sea demon race was finally going to make a move on the Ice Dragon clan? Aou's heart immediately surged with sorrow, but he quickly denied it. If the demon race was going to make a move, these 3 people would definitely not appear here. Thinking of this, Aou stopped in his tracks. At this moment, Lu Ping's great divine ability had already subsided. Among the 3 people who teleported over, one was already on the verge of death, and the other was also injured and vomiting blood. They were in a sorry state. They were just ordinary late-stage core forging cultivators, and they thought that the person they were chasing was a human mid-stage core forging cultivator. Even though they had made preparations before teleporting over, they didn't expect that there would be a late-stage core forging cultivator of their own race using a great divine ability to ambush them. The only one who wasn't injured was the primordial giant crocodile race cultivator who used the meteor hammer to chase after Lu Ping. This cultivator's eyes flashed with a murderous glint, and he spoke to Aou in a cold voice. Aou, I need an explanation. Otherwise, wait for my primordial giant crocodile race's demon king to interrogate you. Aou frowned, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. However, he asked in surprise, Aou, why are you here? Aou was the primordial giant crocodile race cultivator who used the meteor hammer. He sneered and said, why are we here? Your lair was raided, and we chased the human race cultivator here, but we were killed by you. I still want to ask you, why are you here, and how do you know about this teleportation array that connects to the deep-sea demon territory? Aou recalled the first teleportation light that lit up, but there was no one inside. He suddenly came to a realization and said, I have been waiting here, and no human race cultivator has appeared. The other injured cultivator pointed at Aou and scolded, nonsense. We have been tracking this human cultivator all this time. Our divine senses have never been cut off. He stepped onto this teleportation array and activated the teleportation. By the time we arrived, he had already teleported here. It was only a short while. If you had been waiting here all this time, how could you not have noticed? Aou said coldly, do you think I would let the murderer of my son escape? The beast cultivator was stunned, and then snorted coldly, that's hard to say. Didn't you sell your own sister just like that? You even changed your surname to Ao. Pitui, cheap wretch. Aou frowned and shouted, Brother Zhong, be careful with your word. The cultivator who spoke before also didn't believe that Aou would let the murderer go. He was just angry that he was hit by Aou's great spell for nothing, so he said those words out of anger. At this time, he also knew that it was inappropriate. After Aou heard the words of the beast cultivator surnamed Zhong, a burning evil fire broke through the top of his head. However, his mind was still gloomy, and he forcibly suppressed this humiliation. Then, as if he thought of something, his expression changed, and he said, not good, we can't stay here for long. If you don't want to die, quickly go back. The beast cultivator surnamed Zhong was still a bit confused, but Aou somewhat understood and asked, where is this place? Aou didn't have time to answer. A few high-grade spirit stones had already been inserted into the teleportation array. However, the teleportation array just started to flicker, and then it was extinguished. Aou stood up expressionlessly. At this time, the beast cultivator surnamed Zhong seemed to have understood something. He said coldly, that kid didn't leave the demon abyss, and the teleportation array in the demon abyss has been destroyed. Aou sneered, that's a small matter. I'm worried that the four of us won't be able to escape now. Hehe, I didn't expect that Laozu would have such luck today. Look who this is. Isn't this my martial nephew Xian Yin's brother-in-law, Daoist Yu? What's wrong? After selling your sister and brother-in-law, are you going to sell yourself as well? That's right, this Laozu will take it all today. A middle-aged woman had unknowingly arrived at the bottom of the sea. She was standing not far behind them. Not counting the beast cultivator who was on his last breath, none of the three late-stage core forging beast cultivators were able to detect her presence. Tian Shui Laozu. The beast cultivator surnamed Zhong's expression was mournful, and his eyes were already filled with despair. Aou also didn't expect to be in such a situation. Although he knew that there was only a slim chance of survival, he still held the meteor hammer in his hand, ready to fight to the death. Only Aou's expression was calm, but his eyes were constantly flickering, as if he was calculating something. Chapter 455. At that moment, Lu Ping left a hidden spot not too far away from the valley where Ice Drake's cave abode was with a look of disappointment on his face. When the relocation rune lit up again, he knew that his trick had been seen through, and he could only destroy the relocation rune. This time, he trapped himself in the deep sea of demonic region. Lu Ping knew that even if he did not destroy the relocation rune, the demonic beast cultivators would, and they would not give him the chance to do so. Lu Ping had originally wanted to return to Ice Drake's cave abode and ransack it again, but he found that the cave abode had long since been protected by the demonic beast cultivators who had rushed over after hearing the news. Lu Ping looked at the orderly demonic beast cultivators outside Ice Drake's cave abode and could not help but find it a little strange. Based on the nature of the demonic beast, even if this cave abode was created by a demonic beast cultivator, once it was opened and no one was guarding it, it would still be robbed. Since when did the demonic beast cultivators learn to accept the rules? Right now, he could only hide in the deep sea of demonic region for a while. Fortunately, Lu Ping was dressed in stone armor, and he had the water and moon repelling pearl with him. As long as he did not run into any demonic beast cultivators, he would not have to worry about anyone tracking him down. Lu Ping thought about it, then decided to summon Da Gui. Da Gui had come to the deep sea of demonic region before, and he was relatively familiar with the situation there. The man and the turtle swam towards the depths of a mountain range at the bottom of the sea. Due to the relocation rune, there was a high possibility that Lu Ping's identity would be suspected to be that of a human cultivator. If that happened, even Lu Ping himself knew very well just how great of a storm it would cause in the deep sea of demonic region. It had been 400 to 500 years since Dao Kong Laozu had charged into the deep sea of demonic region alone and escaped unscathed. Since then, not a single human cultivator had been able to leave the deep sea of demonic region alive, and it was after that incident that Dao Kong Laozu had secured his throne as the strongest cultivator in Northern Sea. Later on, he even survived his disaster and became the only cultivator in the later stage of core forging in Northern Sea. Lu Ping clearly did not have Dao Kong Laozu's ability to charge into the deep sea of demonic region by force. He could only hide here and there, and perhaps there would be some hope. Aou's reputation as the Ice Drake's last hope was not undeserved. Otherwise, he would not have been favored by the primordial giant crocodile race, or he would not have been favored by the primordial giant crocodile. They would have given him the heaven middle grade heaven dew they had obtained from Eastern Sea. Thus, when Tian Shui Laozu attacked, Aou thought that even though Tian Shui Laozu was a mid-Dharma adept, and even though Aou Li's abilities were not as great as Li Li's, there was still a demon cultivator surnamed Zhong helping him. Even if the rest of them were not his match, Aou still had the confidence to escape. However, reality was cruel. Tian Shui Laozu had merely attacked casually. Even though everyone had used all of their strength to resist, the result was that the demon cultivator surnamed Zhong had died on the spot. Aou Li was on the verge of death. If Aou did not have the Ice Drake Pearl that had been passed down for thousands of years, he would not be much stronger than Aou Li. Even so, Aou spat out a few pieces of blood-red ice. As for the other demon cultivator that Aou had accidentally injured, he had already turned into a pile of ice on the seabed. Tian Shui Laozu clapped her hands, giving Aou Li and Aou a huge shock. They thought that Tian Shui Laozu was going to attack again. However, they heard Tian Shui Laozu chuckle. Aou Li and Aou felt their scalps go numb. How many years had it been since they last experienced such a feeling where their life and death were in the hands of their opponent? However, Tian Shui Laozu did not make a move in the end. Instead, she turned to the side and smiled. Aou Chuang, how much longer are you going to wait there? Aou Li looked at Tian Shui Laozu's line of sight in astonishment. However, there was no one in his line of sight. Aou's expression relaxed. Obviously, he had already expected something. Haha, Senior Tian Shui has sharp eyes. However, this junior has just arrived. Previously, Senior had displayed your remarkable abilities. It's a pity that I didn't have the opportunity to appreciate it. At the seabed, a golden door flickered. From it, a majestic man walked out. If it wasn't the Golden Flood Dragon Island Master, Aou Chuang, who else could it be? Aou Li cried out in surprise, "Big brother." However, just as he finished speaking, he coughed continuously and vomited out a few mouthfuls of blood. Aou Chuang didn't even look at Aou Li as he said, "This time, Senior Tian Shui disregarded our agreement and made a move against a low-level cultivator. You have broken the rules." Tian Shui Laozu sneered, "This old lady has already made a move. What are you going to do about it?" Ao Chuang's expression changed as he said, Senior doesn't see the big picture. Could it be that you are forcing us to slaughter the Junling disciples? Tian Shui Laozu chuckled, Ao Chuang, you don't have to play such tricks with me. This Ao you killed my martial nephew Xian Yin. Even if I want him to pay with his life, what's wrong with that? As such, Dao friend Tian Shui didn't manage to kill Ao Yu in a single strike. This matter shall end here. The one who spoke wasn't Ao Chuang. Tian Shui's expression finally turned solemn as she spoke coldly, Giant whale demonic King Kong Jing, I didn't expect you to come as well. From afar, a huge sea current surged over. When the sea current reached the front of everyone, it strangely stopped. A huge man that was even more muscular than the Golden Flood Dragon Island master, Ao Chuang, appeared in front of everyone and said, Since Dao friend Tian Shui is here, how could Kong Jing not be here? I'm afraid Shen Ling sect's Dao Yang is about to arrive as well. Hehe, thanks for Dao friend Kong's concern. Dao Yang is late by a step, please forgive me. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged scholar appeared not far away from Tian Shui Laozu. Compared to Tian Lin Laozu's elegance, Shen Ling sect's Dao Yang Laozu had a wild and unrestrained demeanor from the start. All of a sudden, 4 Dharma Laozu had gathered. Ao Li, who was watching from the side, felt a little guilty. Even if Ao Yu had predicted the appearance of Tian Shui and Ao Chuang, he wouldn't have thought that there would be 2 more Laozu. Moreover, they were both Dharma Laozu in the middle stage. Ao Yu had now deeply experienced how terrifying a Dharma Laozu in the middle stage was. Ao Yu's expression was much calmer than Ao Li's, but in his heart, he wasn't confident at all. From the looks of it, among the human race cultivators, the 2 Dharma Laozu seemed to have the upper hand. However, the feud between Junling and Shen Ling sect had been going on for a long time. No one dared to guarantee that the other party wouldn't play any tricks behind their backs. The demon race might seem weaker, but the Northern Sea demon race, the primordial giant crocodile, was the strongest. Although there were high-level races like the ice dragon and the flood dragon whale, they were still unable to challenge the primordial giant crocodile's prestige. The demon race had a strict hierarchy, but they were all united. When the giant whale demon king saw Dao Yang Laozu appear, he directly walked past Tian Shui Laozu and asked, Dao Yang, what do you think? Dao Yang Laozu naturally wouldn't fall for it. He laughed and said, Senior sister Tian Shui taking revenge for her martial nephew is pardonable. However, since she didn't manage to kill this Ao Yu with a single strike, she naturally wouldn't make another move. Ao Chuang laughed coldly, so you're saying that the 2 late-stage core forging realm cultivators of my demon race died in vain? Just as Ao Chuang's voice landed, the giant whale demon king's expression turned ugly. Tian Shui didn't give in and said, You want to pay with your life for killing? Fine, I'm right here. If you have the ability, then kill me. As a woman, Tian Shui Laozu was famous for being shrewd. Otherwise, how would she be able to reach the mid-stage Dharma realm as a woman? Otherwise, before Tianfan Laozu achieved Dharma realm, he wouldn't have the reputation of being henpecked. After both of them advanced into the Dharma realm, their prestige in the Northern Seas cultivation world grew day by day. That was why no one dared to talk behind their backs. Thus, Tianfan Laozu's reputation of being henpecked was no longer mentioned. I think that senior sister Tian Shui should be teaching your clan a lesson. At this moment, Dao Yang Laozu's eyes flickered with radiance. He pointed at the teleportation array on the ground and interrupted, Where does this teleportation array lead to? Who built it? Why are the few of you here? I don't need to say any more, right? The few Laozu's gazes were all fixed on Ao Yu. Ao Yu was quick-witted. He stretched out his hand and swiped at the seabed. Immediately, the teleportation array turned into a pile of rocks. The great whale demon king gave a muffled snort, Today's matter ends here. However, I don't know which North Sea sect that little fellow is trapped in the deep sea demon territory. His cultivation is at the mid-core forging stage. What courage! After saying that, the giant whale demon king left without even turning his head back. Only the seawater was left in turmoil because of his departure. Ao Li and Ao Yu almost couldn't stand still. As for Tian Shui Laozu and Dao Yang Laozu, They didn't bat an eyelid at the giant whale demon king's parting words. Ao Chuang knew that it would be hard for him to obtain any benefits from today's matter. He sneered and said to Tian Shui Laozu, "I heard that the disciple of your sect's mysterious Yin demon king is also of my demon race's bloodline. I believe that your sect and my clan should cooperate more often." After saying that, he laughed and left. Ao Li and Ao Yu hurriedly followed after him. Tian Shui Laozu's expression changed. Then, she heard Daoyang Laozu laughing as if he had discovered something new. "Senior sister Tian Shui, your sect is indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. My Xian Ling sect is truly ashamed of our inferiority." Tian Shui Laozu's heart sank. She sneered, "Daoyang, you actually believe this kind of sowing discord?" Daoyang Laozu shook his head, "I don't believe in sowing discord. However, this demon's descendant cannot be left alive. I believe that your sect wouldn't become enemies with the entire Northern Seas cultivation world just because of a demon's descendant, right?" Tian Shui Laozu snorted coldly, "Daoyang, what are you going to do?" Daoyang Laozu didn't reply. With a flash, he disappeared from the seabed, leaving behind Tian Shui Laozu's expression fluctuating. After a long time, she let out a sigh and disappeared from the seabed as well. At this moment, within a mountain range in the deep-sea demon region, Lu Ping, with Dabao's help, had emptied the underground of a mountain range. Furthermore, he even found a miniature spiritual vein within the mountain, causing Lu Ping to exclaim in admiration at the richness of the sea region. Thus, he temporarily hid here. However, when Lu Ping saw the things that Dabao brought out from the ice dragon's cave, his expression couldn't help but turn black. Chapter 456. With the help of Dabao, Lu Ping built a temporary underground cave in a mountain range in the deep-sea demon domain. Lu Ping didn't have time to recover from his internal injuries. He couldn't wait to ask Dabao to take out the treasures he obtained from the ice dragon's cave. However, when he saw Dabao take out the items from the storage bag tied under his chin, Lu Ping's face instantly darkened. Crash! Dabao poured the contents of the storage bag onto the ground like a treasure. The originally bulging storage bag immediately deflated. Lu Ping looked at the things on the ground and said bitterly, "Dabao, is this all?" Dabao blinked innocently. He didn't understand what Lu Ping meant. However, he had been with Lu Ping for the longest time, so he seemed to feel that Lu Ping was a little disappointed. Lu Ping was more than a little disappointed. Looking at the spirit stones on the ground, he was greatly disappointed. A 500-year-old spirit herb or a low-grade spirit stone? Which one was more valuable? As long as one was a cultivator, they should choose a 500-year-old spirit herb. However, this matter was a little special for Dabao. Dabao's spirit-seeking mouse's innate ability was to be extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of spiritual energy emitted from the surface of treasures. Therefore, in Dabao's view, the fluctuations of spiritual energy emitted by a low-grade spirit stone were far stronger than that of a 500-year-old spirit herb. Lu Ping instantly understood the reason for the matter. Therefore, he also understood why Dabao would put all his energy into searching for spirit stones after entering the ice dragon's cave. Lu Ping looked at the low-grade spirit stones on the ground. There were tens of thousands of them. For a blood condensation cultivator, it was a lot, but for a core forging cultivator, it was far from enough. Not to mention, Lu Ping was a big spender of spirit stones. Lu Ping patted Dabao's head and said with some hope, "Dabao, is that all?" Dabao shook the shriveled storage bag, and 30 to 40 upper-grade spirit stones fell out from it. Lu Ping's complexion finally looked a little better. Upper-grade spirit stones were exactly what Lu Ping needed at the moment, whether it was for cultivation or alchemy. Lu Ping's demand for upper-grade spirit stones had always been the more the better. However, after the one-time reward of 500 high-grade spirit stones from the sect, Lu Ping did not feel satisfied with 30 or 40 high-grade spirit stones. Lu Ping squinted at Dabao, chuckled, and said, "Dabao, do you have more?" Big Treasure scratched the storage bag with his claws, and this time, 3 stones that didn't look very special fell out. However, Lu Ping's eyes lit up, and said, "Top-grade spirit stones?" These 3 ordinary-looking stones were the same as the only top-grade spirit stone on Lu Ping's body. Lu Ping picked up the 3 ordinary-looking spirit stones on the ground, and at the same time, his divine sense and Jin Yuan penetrated into the spirit stones. The vast spirit qi contained in the spirit stones suddenly made Lu Ping happy. Lu Ping immediately thought of the ultra-long-distance transmission array under the small pond in the clear stream Immortal Cave. On the other side of the transmission array was the central continent that Lu Ping had long yearned for. Lu Ping put away the upper-grade spirit stones and the 3 top-grade spirit stones, and then looked at the floor covered with low-grade spirit stones, and said, "Dabao, these are all yours. But you have to hurry up and cultivate. Da Gui is about to advance to the core forging stage, and when that time comes, you will be the only one left who hasn't transformed." Dabao shook his butt, but this time he didn't squeak and argue with Lu Ping. Lu Ping knew that Dabao was lazy, and no matter how many times he urged him, he didn't lack spirit pills. Even if Dabao's talent wasn't good, he shouldn't have just broken through to the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping shook his head helplessly, and just as he was about to get up, he saw Dabao take out a sealed jade box from the storage bag. Lu Ping glanced at it and saw that it was just an ordinary box. He didn't pay much attention to it, but Dabao squeaked and rushed to tell him how he got this jade box. Lu Ping's face was immediately filled with curiosity as he asked, "You're saying that this jade box was obtained from a collapsed seal after the Ice Dragon's cave dwelling's protective array formation was broken?" Dabao nodded with certainty, and Lu Ping's interest was immediately piqued. He picked up the jade box, and found that it was sealed by a very advanced spirit sealing formation. Lu Ping tried a few methods to break the seal, and finally broke the seal on the jade box. After Lu Ping carefully opened the jade box, he immediately knew that he had probably picked up a treasure this time. There was another jade box in the jade box, but it was different from the ordinary jade box on the outside. The jade box inside was a jade box that was carefully carved out of a whole piece of jade essence. This jade box had obviously been refined by a master refiner, and was made into a wonder jade box similar to the wonder jade essence bottle that Junling had used to store the spirit forging pill. And beside this wonder jade box, there was a purple jade slip. Lu Ping was very familiar with this unique purple jade slip, because Lu Ping also had 2 or 3 purple jade slips that were very similar in style. They were the jade slips that recorded the shapeless sword technique, 12 Genchen formation, and flying spirit sea dance technique. There was also the mysterious jade slip that Lu Ping had yet to fully understand. Without exception, these jade slips were all legacies passed down from the flying spirit sect. Lu Ping hesitated for a while, and used his divine sense to immerse into the jade slip. After a long time, he opened his eyes in surprise. This jade slip recorded half a set of refining methods for some kind of elixir, and judging from the vastness of this set of refining methods, this elixir was obviously an extremely complicated elixir for the Dharma stage. But why did the recorded refining methods look so familiar to Lu Ping? Lu Ping suspiciously looked at the contents of the jade slip again. This time, he suddenly realized something. This half of the medicinal pellet concoction technique was similar to Lu Ping's small forging spirit pellet. Unfortunately, this half of the medicinal pellet concoction technique was far more profound than small forging spirit pellets concoction technique. Lu Ping's heart moved, and he quickly opened the wonder jade essence box inside. He saw a dark blue ball of water spinning in the box, as if it was afraid of Lu Ping. Such a sensitive spiritual nature, Lu Ping had only seen it on the Shenyuan heavy water, and this bowl of spirit water in front of him was even more spiritual than the Shenyuan heavy water. This was a kind of heaven-level spirit water of heaven and earth, without a doubt. What kind of spirit water of heaven and earth could be more spiritual than the Shenyuan heavy water? This was the wonder jade dew. This was definitely the wonder jade dew. Lu Ping immediately thought of something, and his heart jumped violently. Even the golden core in his heart space began to tremble. No, Lu Ping immediately thought of something, and his heart jumped violently. Even the golden core in his heart space began to tremble. This kind of spirit water was too familiar to Lu Ping. It was the same dark blue color, and the same spiritual nature. This was exactly the same as the nameless spirit water of heaven and earth hidden in the 10,000 poison liquid in Lu Ping's house of gold. Was this really the Wonder Jade Dew? Lu Ping was now a little suspicious. If this was really the Wonder Jade Dew, didn't that mean that Lu Ping had obtained this kind of heaven-level mid-grade spirit water in the 7-star heavenly cave when he was still in the blood condensation realm? He had a great treasure in his possession, but he didn't know it. Right now, Lu Ping couldn't tell what kind of feeling he was having. He could only sigh at the wonders of creation. The Wonder Jade Dew was the only kind of spirit water of heaven and earth that could be used as medicine. It had the effect of prolonging one's lifespan and quickly restoring one's true essence. It was the main ingredient of several kinds of 10-year longevity pills in the cultivation world. However, the Wonder Jade Dew itself was born from the 10,000 poison liquid, which was a natural wonder that contained tens of thousands of poisons in the world. It took Lu Ping a long time to calm down from the excitement of obtaining the myriad Wonder Jade Dew. But then, he suddenly thought of something. This set of medicinal pellets was hidden in the jade box along with the myriad Wonder Jade Dew. Could it be that this set of medicinal pellets actually recorded the method to refine the spirit forging pellet? Aou also had his eyes on the spirit forging pill. Although this half of the pill refining method didn't record the spirit herbs needed to refine the spirit forging pill, the process of condensing the pill, and the process of refining the pill, it only recorded the refining process before using the purification technique. This was already a big surprise for Lu Ping. With the addition of the myriad Wonder Jade Dew from the Golden House's limestone vat, Lu Ping already had 1.5 portions of the myriad Wonder Jade Dew in his possession. Not only did he have the spirit herb recipe for the spirit forging pellet, but he also had the first half of the pellet concoction method. It could be said that Lu Ping had inadvertently become the closest alchemist to successfully concocting the spirit forging pellet after failing sect. Lu Ping took a deep breath and suppressed the surprise in his heart. He solemnly put away the jade box and jade slip into his storage ring. If it weren't for the fact that the myriad Wonder Dew was extremely rare, Lu Ping was confident that with his alchemy skills, he would be able to successfully concoct the second half of the spirit forging pellet after he became a Grandmaster alchemist. With the first half of the pellet recipe and enough spirit herbs, he would be able to concoct the second half of the spirit forging pellet after a few attempts. Unfortunately, the Wonder Jade Dew itself was a kind of spiritual water that was even rarer than a high-grade heaven-rank spiritual item. In addition to its various magical effects, especially in the area of prolonging one's life, how could Lu Ping be willing to use this kind of treasure to practice? Moreover, Lu Ping himself was clear that when he advanced to the middle stage of the core forging realm, he had successfully refined the Shenyuan heavy water by chance. So, when Lu Ping advanced to the late stage of the core forging realm, there was no reason for him to refine a spiritual item that was inferior to the Shenyuan heavy water. But now, was there a spiritual item that was more suitable than the mid-grade heaven-rank Wonder Jade Dew? The East Sea Demon Clan had delivered the Wonder Jade Dew, and the Crystal Palace had listed out the spirit herbs needed to refine the spirit forging pill and handed them over to the various sects in the North Sea. Now, Lu Ping had found the first half of the spirit forging pill refining method from Dao Master Aou. Although Lu Ping didn't know what price Junling and Xianling sect had paid to obtain the list of spirit herbs needed to refine the spirit forging pill from the Crystal Palace, and what kind of compromise they had made, he didn't know how Dao Master Aou had obtained the first half of the spirit forging pill refining method, and why the East Sea Demon Clan had delivered the Wonder Jade Dew to him. However, he seemed to have sensed that an invisible wave had been set off in the North Sea's cultivation world. However, Lu Ping had once heard from Fornax Laozu that the spirit forging pill was one of the many factors that led to the destruction of Fei Ling sect. Chapter 457. After obtaining the Wonder Dew, Lu Ping no longer felt depressed because Dabao only remembered to collect spirit stones. Just the Wonder Dew alone was worth Lu Ping's trip to the deep sea demon territory. Although Lu Ping let Dabao go, he still decided to teach Dabao some common sense of the cultivation world, especially about the identification of some treasures. However, it seemed that Lu Ping could only carry out this plan when Dabao advanced to the core forging stage. Lu Ping called Samling out, and then took out the ice dragon pearl from Ao Wushuang. When Lu Linga saw the ice dragon pearl in Lu Ping's hand, her big eyes showed eagerness. Lu Ping said with a smile, "Linga, why do you seem to know a lot about the ice dragon pearl?" All of Lu Linga's attention was attracted by the ice dragon pearl. Hearing this, she nodded, but her big eyes were still looking at the ice dragon pearl. She said, "Father, not only Linga knows, but sister and brother also know. This is something that comes from the bloodline inheritance of our green sea snake. But unfortunately, the Ice Dragon clan has always cultivated the ice attribute cultivation method, and the Ice Dragon Pearl is a unique inheritance method of the Ice Dragon clan, so this Ice Dragon Pearl is only useful for Linga who cultivates the ice attribute cultivation method." Oh, Lu Ping handed the Ice Dragon Pearl to Lu Linga and asked with great interest, "There is such a thing? Can you tell father what is going on? How can the inheritance of the Ice Dragon clan be inherited by a little fellow like you, a green sea snake?" Lu Linga received the Ice Dragon Pearl as if it was a treasure. She giggled and sent her divine sense into the Ice Dragon Pearl. Lu Ping looked at Lu Linga's impatient look and found it funny. Lu Qing shook his head helplessly. Then Lu Ping asked and explained, "Father, do you know that the Ice Dragon clan is the same as us green sea snakes? We also have the bloodline of the Flood Dragon." Lu Ping naturally knew that the bloodline of the Ice Dragon clan must be related to the bloodline of the green sea snake, but Lu Qing's next words surprised Lu Ping. But father may not know that although the Ice Dragon clan inherited the bloodline of the Flood Dragon, they are not the bloodline of the Flood Dragon Laozu. This was a secret that Lu Ping didn't know. Lu Ping asked in doubt, "Is there such a thing? Aren't all the creatures in this world descendants of the seventh patriarch? Why is the Ice Dragon clan an exception? Could it be that at the beginning of this world, besides the seventh patriarch, there was another Laozu? In fact, when a cultivator advanced to the legendary spirit transformation stage, after achieving the true spirit realm, they could condense an inheritance in their own bloodline for their direct descendants. However, this bloodline inheritance often didn't last more than 3 generations. Because of the thinning of the bloodline, they would lose the opportunity to inherit it. Unless one of the descendants reached the spirit transformation stage before the 3rd generation, then the bloodline inheritance could be extended for another 3 generations. Otherwise, if no one in the 3rd generation reached the true spirit realm, then this inheritance would be cut off. However, this restriction was invalid for the direct descendants of the 7th patriarch of this world. For tens of thousands of years, as long as these direct descendants didn't become extinct like the Wood Luan clan, then their bloodline inheritance would not be cut off because no one reached the true spirit realm and reached the spirit transformation stage. This was also the origin of the top spirit beasts in the monster clan, such as the green sea snake and the primordial giant crocodile that inherited the bloodline of the flood dragon, the Kuan fish that inherited the bloodline of the Peng, the fire Luan and wood Luan that inherited the bloodline of the Luan, and the Ba Gui that inherited the bloodline of the tortoise. Top spirit beasts meant that they were the direct descendants of the 7th patriarch of the world and that their bloodline inheritance would not be cut off. However, among these top spirit beasts, there was an alternative race. They were not the direct descendants of the 7th patriarch of the world, but their bloodline inheritance had never been cut off. This was the Ice Dragon clan. After listening to Lu Qing's explanation, Lu Ping knew that there was such a secret behind the 7th patriarch of the world. Not all creatures in this world had the bloodline of the 7th patriarch of the world. Only the top spirit beasts of the monster clan inherited the bloodline of the 7th patriarch. So he said with some understanding, "So, the inheritance of the Ice Dragon clan lies in this Ice Dragon Pearl?" At this time, Lu Ling-er's divine sense had already withdrawn from the Ice Dragon clan. She said with a smile, "Father is so smart, but the Ice Dragon Pearl is only a means for the Ice Dragon clan to perfect the inheritance. The so-called bloodline inheritance, in addition to the inheritance of the cultivation methods of the predecessors, is the bloodline, or the inheritance of talent and aptitude. The Ice Dragon clan's Laozu followed Jiao Laozu and was fortunate to receive Jiao Laozu's guidance. He was able to pass on the talent and aptitude of the Ice Dragon clan from generation to generation like the other descendants of the 7th patriarch. However, the cultivation methods could not be inherited along with the bloodline. However, The Ice Dragon clan's Laozu was also a talented genius, so he thought of the Ice Dragon Pearl as a way of inheritance to complete the inheritance of the Ice Dragon clan, making the Ice Dragon clan ranked among the top spirit beasts of the monster clan. Lu Ping seemed to have understood a little and tried to guess. Although the Ice Dragon Pearl of the Ice Dragon clan has solved the problem of inheritance, this Ice Dragon Pearl can't be inherited like the inheritance of other top spirit beasts. Because of this, I am afraid that the Ice Dragon Pearl will attract the coveting of other clans. This may be the reason why the Ice Dragon Pearl is now only AOU and AO Wushuang. Lu Hai smiled and said, "Father is really amazing, you even thought of this." But the strange thing is that the Ice Dragon clan was originally surnamed Yin. Why did they change their surname to AO? The surname AO is a surname that only the primordial giant crocodile has. However, the original surname of our green sea snake is Chu, but we are all willing to follow father's surname Lu. Lu Ping was shocked. Wasn't Xian Chu surnamed Yin? It seemed that Xian Chu was really the biological son of martial uncle Li Xian Yin. He just didn't know if Xian Chu understood his identity and the relationship between him and the Black Yin immortal. As for the green sea snake's surname Chu, Lu Ping had already known it when he was in the East Sea. Lu Qing continued Lu Hai's words and said, "Father's guess is right. Although the Ice Dragon clan ranks among the top demon clans by virtue of the Ice Dragon Pearl, the Ice Dragon clan is not the direct bloodline of the seventh patriarch, so we, the descendants of the seventh patriarch, do not regard the Ice Dragon clan as the same kind, and ordinary demon clans also isolate the Ice Dragon clan because the Ice Dragon clan is not the descendant of the seventh patriarch, which makes the Ice Dragon clan status among the demon clans become awkward. In addition, the inheritance of the Ice Dragon clan in the Ice Dragon Pearl can be obtained by the demon clans who practice the Ice attribute cultivation method. Therefore, the low-level practitioners of the Ice Dragon clan are often assassinated by other demon clans to seize the Ice Dragon Pearl in order to seize the inheritance of the Ice Dragon clan. This situation has been going on for tens of thousands of years. In my inherited memory, the Ice Dragon clan has been extinct in the cultivation world thousands of years ago. Unexpectedly, there is still a bloodline in the North Sea, and it seems that they are protected by the primordial giant crocodile clan. Humph. It seems that the primordial giant crocodile clan has not given up the rumor among the demon clans for tens of thousands of years. Lu Ping asked curiously, "Rumor? What rumor?" Lu Hai scratched his head and said, "It is said that the ancestors of the Ice Dragon clan, who followed Jiao Laozu, knew a big secret about the seventh patriarch. In those days, both the practitioners of the human clan and the demon clan wanted to get this secret. They all thought that this secret must be passed down from generation to generation in the Ice Dragon Pearl of the Ice Dragon clan, so they started a crazy hunt for the younger generation of the Ice Dragon clan. However, they never found out. After a long time, everyone thought that this might be just a scam. The Ice Dragon clan did not get the secret of the seventh patriarch, but some people did not give up. Coupled with the temptation of the Ice Dragon Pearl, the Ice Dragon clan gradually disappeared in the cultivation world. At this time, Lu Ping's curiosity was also aroused by Samling's words. He asked, "Oh, do you know what this secret is about the seventh patriarch?" Lu Ping shook his little head like a rattledrum and said, "I don't know. Maybe when our cultivation is higher and the seal of the inherited memory is opened more, we will know more." Lu Ping nodded, turned to Lu Linga and asked with a smile, "Linga, tell father, what inheritance did you get from the Ice Dragon Pearl this time?" Lu Linga wrinkled her little nose and said with dissatisfaction, "This Ao Wushuang is really useless. He has a cultivation of the 6th level of the core forging realm, but he only unlocked the seal of the Ice Dragon Pearl to the late stage of the core forging realm. Moreover, many of the Ice Dragon clan's inherited secret skills were not unlocked. Obviously, he was not strong enough. No wonder he was so easily killed by father." But then Lu Linga said happily, "But Linga still found a lot of useful things in the inheritance that can be opened in the Ice Dragon Pearl, which will be of great help to Ling Er's future cultivation. Especially the Ice Dragon Pearl itself is a kind of inheritance treasure of the Ice Dragon clan. It has accumulated the essence of Ao Wushuang's cultivation for hundreds of years. Although it is not as good as his gold core, it is still of great help to Ling Er's cultivation." Lu Ping nodded with relief, and then asked with some confusion, will these inheritances be treated differently according to the cultivator's strength? Lu Linga sniffed and said unhappily, that's right. Every top-grade race cultivator's inheritance is unlocked according to the cultivator's own strength. Bystanders can't help with this, unless a cultivator of the same race who cultivates the same cultivation method dictates the contents of the inheritance that has not been unlocked. However, even if the cultivator knows the content, he or she will not be able to cultivate it successfully. This is the magic of bloodline inheritance. The greater the ability, the greater the harvest. Things like reaping without sowing rarely happen. Therefore, in order to unlock all the inheritance that they can use, the top-grade demon clan cultivators have to cultivate very hard. This is also an important reason why, in addition to their aptitude, the top-grade demon clan cultivators can maintain their advantage in strength among the demon clan. Lu Ping nodded secretly, but then asked curiously, Ling how is the bloodline inheritance of you and your sister unlocked? Lu Hai smiled proudly, patted his chest and said, Father, don't worry, our bloodline inheritance has been opened to the late stage of core forging, unlike that waste Ao Wushuang. Moreover, all the secret techniques and magical powers that we can use have been opened, and nothing has been left out. Lu Ping nodded with satisfaction, then took out a storage magic tool and said with a smile, then let's see what treasures the last prince of the Ice Dragon clan has in his hand. Chapter 458. The most precious things on Ao Wushuang's body were the Ice Dragon Pearl and the pair of psychic-grade ice swords, but these two things were already in the hands of Lu Linga. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, Linga, that Ice Dragon Pearl may be useful to me in the future. Don't destroy the inheritance inside. Lu Linga stuck out her tongue and said, Fortunately, Father reminded me early. Otherwise, Linga would have destroyed the Ice Dragon Pearl after absorbing the essence inside. Lu Ping felt strange and said, Why does Linga want to destroy the Ice Dragon Pearl? I think the Ice Dragon Pearl itself is quite extraordinary. Ao Wushuang's strength is low, but he was able to block a blow from the Genshen Pearl with this Ice Dragon Pearl. Lu Linga curled her lips and said, That's because the quality of the Ice Dragon Pearl itself is extremely high. Every time the Ice Dragon Pearl is made, it is carefully selected by the direct elder of the pearl for the younger generation. It can only show that Ao Wushuang's father, Ao Yu, is far more capable than his son. However, the mystery of the Ice Dragon Pearl can only be displayed in the Ice Dragon clan. Father wants to use this Ice Dragon Pearl. Does it mean that in addition to Ao Yu and Ao Wushuang, there is also the bloodline of the Ice Dragon clan in the North Sea? Lu Ping did not answer Lu Linga's question. He just reminded her again, remember not to destroy the Ice Dragon Pearl, especially the inheritance inside. After that, Lu Ping forcibly broke the Divine Sense seal on Ao Wushuang's storage device, and then poured the things inside to the ground. Hey, there are still good things. After the things in the storage device fell to the ground, a cold chill suddenly filled the entire underground cave. At a glance, Lu Ping saw a jade box shrouded in white cold mist among the pile of junk on the ground. Holding the jade box in his hand, a layer of blue light burst out from Lu Ping's palm. It was not affected by the cold mist outside the jade box. It wrapped around the jade box, dispelling the cold mist outside. The chill in the cave was suddenly swept away. Lu Ping opened the jade box, and his eyes lit up. He said with a smile, So it is the Millennium Ice Heart. This is a mid-grade Earthstep origin treasure, and there are 2 of them. It must be prepared by Ao Wushuang to advance to the late stage of core forging. 2 mid-grade Earthstep origin treasures were used to advance to the late stage of core forging. In the future, there would be a chance to refine a low-grade Earthstep origin treasure and condense a 7th-grade gold core. However, this possibility was only about 20% or 30%. But thinking about the half-set of spirit forging pills in Ao Yu's hands, if he really succeeded, not to mention an ordinary 7th-grade gold core, he could even condense a top-grade 7th-grade gold core. Other high-grade spirit stones and spirit herbs produced in the deep-sea demon domain were taken by Lu Ping. At the same time, there were also some jade slips. At Lu Ping's cultivation level, if he wanted to go further, he could no longer rely on pure cultivation. He needed to learn from a wide range of things. Only then could he make progress. This depended on a cultivator's foundation and accumulation. For example, Ao Wushuang used the Ice Twin Swords as his natal magic weapons, so he must be quite proficient in swordsmanship. Although it was impossible for Lu Ping to obtain the inheritance of the Ice Dragon clan from the storage bag, as a sword cultivator, Ao Wushuang also had several sword cultivation jade slips in his storage device. Some of them were at the minor magical realm, and their power was quite extraordinary. Although most of them were ice-attributed swordsmanship, Lu Ping could still learn from them. In addition, Ao Wushuang also had an ice-attributed heaven and earth strange item, which was given to Lu Linga by Lu Ping to let her condense protective aura qi. Now Lu Linga had condensed 3 kinds of protective aura qi, and it had already become a minor magical realm protective aura qi. However, the 7 treasures thunder calabash in Lu Ping's hands was also stuck in the bottleneck of advancing to the psychic magic weapon because it lacked the 4th psychic treasure restriction. Even if there was a strange item on the side, it could not be used to condense. Because Lu Hai also practiced the water-attributed secret art, he had also benefited a lot from Lu Ping, and he had already condensed a minor magical realm protective aura qi. However, because Lu Ping also had Da Gui, a demon pet who practiced the water-attributed secret art, under his command, although Lu Hai was often close to the water pavilion, Lu Ping would not favor one and discriminate against the other. The overseas cultivation world, including the demon clan, undoubtedly practiced the water-attributed secret art most often. Therefore, this kind of heaven and earth strange item was the most numerous in the overseas cultivation world. Lu Bai was the eldest sister among the Samling, but her protective aura qi was only condensed to the 2nd layer. In addition to overseas, the wind attribute heaven and earth strange item was less than the water attribute and ice attribute. Before, the wind attribute heaven and earth strange item that Lu Ping collected was mostly used to smelt the 7 treasures thunder calabash. Therefore, in the past few years, Lu Ping only used the elixirs in his hands to exchange for 2 kinds of wind attribute heaven and earth strange item through various channels, so that Lu Bai could condense her protective aura qi. This time, if Lu Ping had not obtained the 1000 Wonder Dew, the one who benefited the most from breaking into the Ice Dragon Cave was undoubtedly Lu Linga. Lu Bai and Lu Hai were about to take out the storage pouches of the other 3 mid-core Forging Realm monster cultivators, but they saw Lu Ping waving his hand and saying, "Although the 3 of you look very young now, even among the green sea snakes, there are not many who can have such achievements as you. But after all, you are already core Forging Realm monster cultivators, so you should have your own accumulation. The things of these 3 people can be regarded as your spoils of war, so you can dispose of them yourself." The Samling was overjoyed when he heard this. Lu Bai thought for a moment, then handed over an earth attribute heaven and earth strange item, all the spirit grasses and high-grade spirit stones to Lu Ping. Lu Hai and Lu Linga also handed over all the heaven and earth strange items, spirit grasses and high-grade spirit stones that they could not use to Lu Ping. This time, Lu Ping did not refuse. He put away another metal attribute heaven and earth strange item and hundreds of various spirit grasses, but returned half of the hundreds of high-grade spirit stones to them and said, "When you reach the core Forging Realm, the use of high-grade spirit stones will increase. You should also keep some for emergencies." Then Lu Ping threw the earth attribute heaven and earth strange item to Dabao, who was collecting the spirit stones on the ground, into the large storage pouch hanging under his neck, and said, "Dabao, you haven't smelted any heaven and earth strange item yet, so I can't use this earth attribute heaven and earth strange item for the time being. Take it out and condense a layer of protective aura, so that you can have a means of protection." After dividing up the spoils, Lu Ping sent out all his spiritual pets and told them to cultivate, while he sat quietly in the cave, thinking about a way to escape. A human cultivator going to the Deep Sea Demon Realm, the base camp of the North Sea Demon Clan, to kill and loot, Lu Ping did not need to know how much waves he would cause among the Demon Clan. What's more, although the Ice Dragon clan of Ao Wushuang had declined, from his communication with the Samling, Lu Ping could also know that behind the Ice Dragon clan of the North Sea Demon Clan was the Primeval Giant Crocodile, the royal family of the North Sea Demon Clan. In addition to the Heaven Step mid-grade Wonder Dew and half a set of refining spirit forging pills, Lu Ping had probably already caused the madness of all the demon clan in the demon realm. Now, all the exits in the demon realm had probably been blocked by the masters of the demon clan. Fortunately, although Lu Ping's identity as a human had been exposed, his appearance and aura had not been captured by any demon clan cultivator's divine sense. Otherwise, Lu Ping's situation would probably be even more difficult. Just when Lu Ping was at his wit's end, he saw Lu Dagui crawling over from the side and saying in a muffled voice, "Master, my chi and blood have been fluctuating violently during cultivation recently. I'm afraid I'll break through to the core forging stage soon." Lu Dagui's original intention was to ask Lu Ping for the black tortoise golden pill. Lu Ping had clearly told him that Lu Dagui had already prepared the materials for him to refine his bloodline for the third time, but Lu Dagui's words made Lu Ping happy. Lu Ping smiled and handed over the black tortoise golden pill, the 7-step mark pill and the enchanting thought pill to Lu Dagui and said, "Don't worry about your breakthrough. I'll protect you. Whether we can escape from the deep-sea demon territory depends on your performance after transforming." Lu Dagui was inexplicable when he saw Lu Ping's smile. Lu Ping had already known that he was about to break through to the core forging realm, but he was not sure about the specific time. However, after hearing Lu Ping's words, Lu Dagui was shocked. He knew that Lu Ping had a perfect plan, so he put the mini spiritual vein in his mouth and slowly walked to the secret cultivation room opened by Dabao. Lu Ping also gave up the mini spiritual vein in the cave for Lu Dagui to cultivate. At the same time, Lu Ping arranged a spirit gathering formation with 36 upper-grade spirit stones in the cultivation room. Lu Ping did not dare to arrange a spirit transforming formation with a better effect. With Lu Dagui's current cultivation, under the spirit transforming formation with 36 upper-grade spirit stones, it would not take long for his heart core space to explode because the spirit chi gathered in his body could not be refined into spiritual power and junchi. Lu Ping's spiritual pets had always been in a state of free growth. Lu Ping did not arrange any secret or forbidden technique on any spiritual pet that could control their life and death. In this way, Lu Ping won the respect of Lu Ping's spiritual pets. In addition, Lu Ping's superb alchemy skills, his increasingly profound cultivation, his opponent's spiritual pets spared no effort to support him, and the monster clan's worship and obedience to the strong made the spiritual pets more loyal to him. What Lu Ping ignored was that these spiritual pets were not controlled by him. As long as Lu Dagui advanced to the core forging stage and transformed, he would have the right to enter and exit the deep-sea monster territory freely. The monster clan cultivators who were guarding the various checkpoints would never think that a monster cultivator whose life and death were not controlled would be a monster pet of a human clan cultivator. In this way, Lu Ping and the others had hope of escaping. While Lu Ping was hiding in the cave of the deep-sea monster territory and waiting for Lu Dagui to condense his gold core, in the North Sea cultivation world, a conspiracy against Junling was on the verge of breaking out. On the peak of Tianling Mountain, Junling's headquarters, Tianfan Laozu, quietly walked out of Chimai's cave abode. He looked at the rolling dark clouds in the sky above Tianling Mountain, then looked to the south, where the sea and the sky met. The sea had suddenly turned black. At this moment, a faint grayish-green line suddenly appeared where the sea and the sky met. It was faintly discernible in the distance, then turned to the bottom of the sea. A white line followed the grayish-green line, turning it white. It gradually became clearer in Tianfan Laozu's eyes. Tianfan Laozu looked at the increasingly clear white line, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He muttered to himself, "Is it finally here?" As if to prove Tianfan Laozu's guess, the reason why the white line became clearer was because it was getting closer to Tianling Mountain. At this moment, the white line, which looked like a white rope hanging down from the sky, suddenly seemed to be cut by a sword, becoming two even thinner white ropes. The white ropes slowly grew thicker and returned to their original size. However, as they got closer and closer to Heaven's Spirit Mountain, they discovered that the two white ropes weren't ropes at all. They were simply two gigantic waterspouts that connected the heavens and earth. Although they were called waterspouts, they were actually tornadoes that swept up the waves of the sea. That was why they appeared somewhat white from afar. The cultivators on duty on Tianling Mountain quickly noticed the two strange, hostile waterspouts approaching Tianling Mountain. A distant bell rang out, and the entire Tianling Mountain immediately fell into an uproar. The cultivators guarding Tianling Mountain went about their duties silently. After several tens of spiritual lights flashed above Tianling Mountain, the entire Tianling Mountain fell silent once more. At that moment, Tianling Mountain looked like a ferocious beast lying on the surface of the sea, ready to attack at any time. The huge waterspouts split again on the surface of the sea, becoming 4 waterspouts, and then headed towards Tianling Mountain in 4 different directions. Tianjiang Laozu and Tianlu Laozu suddenly appeared beside Tianfan Laozu, looking at the approaching waterspouts with serious expressions. Tianjiang said in a low voice, "Dao Sheng has indeed made his move. I wonder which Dharma adept dares to stand against our sect after Dao Shi is injured." Tianfan Laozu laughed coldly and said, "Don't forget that there is still a Dharma adept in North Sea who does not belong to North Sea, Laozu." Tianlu Laozu's expression was a little ugly. That Yuan Guang actually wants to interfere in North Sea's affairs so brazenly. How dare he? Then, as if thinking of something, he said, "Xianling sect has already sided with the Crystal Palace. They are inviting a wolf into their own house. Aren't they afraid that the other sects in North Sea will join forces to resist and suppress them?" Tianfan Laozu laughed and said, "Whether it is or not, let's wait and see." However, Dao Sheng's usage of these tornado-like magical powers is getting more and more proficient. Even if Tian Shui and I join forces, we will still have to expend a lot of energy in this battle. Just as Tianfan Laozu finished speaking, Tianlin Laozu had already arrived at the peak of the mountain. He laughed and said, "Uncle Master is too humble. Although Dao Sheng Laozu is strong, Uncle Master and Uncle Master Tian Shui are also improving. Moreover, both of you are improving at the same time, and your growth in strength is even faster than Dao Sheng Laozu. I think Uncle Master will have an easier time in this battle compared to 50 years ago." Although Tianlin Laozu was stationed at Huangli Island, compared to Tian Shui and Tianling Laozu who were also outside, he was the closest to Tianling Mountain. Thus, he was the first to rush back. Tianfan Laozu laughed and asked, "How is Huangli Island? With Xianling sect's formation, I'm afraid the demon race will soon receive the news. What if they take the opportunity to attack Huangli Island?" Tianlin Laozu laughed and said, "Right now, there are more than 10 core forging realm cultivators on the island. Although most of them are in the early core forging realm, with little brat Lu spending a lot of money to set up the island's protective array, even if a late core forging realm cultivator comes, we can still hold on until junior brother Chu arrives. Furthermore, junior brother Shen Yin and junior brother Shen Huai's disciples have already broken through to the mid-core forging realm. With the 2 of them working together, among all the mid-core forging realm cultivators in the North Sea, only little brat Lu can suppress them. There shouldn't be any accidents." When Tianfan Laozu heard Tianlin Laozu mention Master Shen Yin, he went silent for a moment before asking in a low voice, "How did all these brats come to Huangli Island?" Tianlin Laozu seemed to have sensed something and said thoughtfully, "It said that little brat Lu Ping invited them in advance." Tianfan Laozu nodded and didn't say anything else. On the other hand, Tianlu Laozu, who was quite concerned about Lu Ping, asked, "I heard that little brat disappeared again recently." Tianlin Laozu nodded. Tianlu Laozu anxiously asked, "Could he be the human cultivator who barged into the deep-sea demon race's domain a few days ago?" When Tianlu Laozu asked this question, Tianlin and Tianfan Laozu were somewhat stunned. The few of them didn't say anything. Right at this moment, another door flickered on the peak of Tianling Mountain. Tian Shui Laozu had already flashed out from it. The moment she appeared, she scolded, "Dao Yang, that bastard, still thinks that he's using some kind of trick. I can't see through it. Tempage, who can he hide from? This time, I'm afraid that Yuan Guang from the Crystal Palace is going to interfere." Seeing that Tianfan Laozu and the others weren't surprised at all, Tian Shui Laozu didn't think much of it. She turned around and looked at the huge waterspout that had already surrounded Tianling Mountain within a radius of 700 miles. The huge waterspout seemed like it was going to form a formation, enveloping the entire Tianling Mountain. Heavenly Snow Overlord pursed his lips and said, How come Daosheng is still using the same old tricks? That Xianling sect's signature technique, the 18 Merry Swords of Merry 18 Swords, was originally a pretty good Great Divine Sword formation, but after being modified so many times by him, it looks so nondescript. However, it's still much more powerful than that Tianling girl's water spout. But why hasn't that last Tianling arrived yet? If she still doesn't come, she won't be able to reach Tianling Mountain once the wind formation seals it. Just as Tian Shui Laozu's voice faded, the peak of Tianling Mountain flickered again. The graceful and elegant Liu Tianling Laozu had also arrived. Tianling Laozu greeted the Fu Laozu and naturally walked to Tianlin Laozu's side. Tianlin Laozu looked at Tianling Laozu and said with a smile, "This time, I think that Dao Xian Laozu and senior uncle Tian Xiong are monitoring each other in the fallen secret territory, so they won't be coming. However, that Yuan Guang from the Crystal Palace is very likely to interfere. At that time, you and I might have to work together to stop that person." Tianling Laozu nodded her head and didn't say anything. However, her eyes shone brightly. Obviously, she was also using an eye technique to observe Dao Sheng Laozu's wind formation great divine ability. Tian Fan Laozu and Tian Shui Laozu saw that Tianling Laozu and Tianlin didn't quarrel. The two Laozu looked at each other and didn't say anything. At this moment, the number of waterspouts outside Tianling Mountain had already reached 18. The 18 tornadoes formed a huge divine ability formation, surrounding the entire Tianling Mountain as if it wanted to shatter the entire mountain. Chapter 459. Every single move of the Merry 18 Swords could be evolved into a set of swordsmanship, and every set of swordsmanship could also be condensed into the essence of a single move. When a set of swordsmanship was condensed into a single move, it meant that a small divine power had been successfully cultivated. 9 of the divine powers were individually known as the 9 Merry Swords. When these 9 divine powers were combined, they could form a great divine sword formation, also known as the Merry Sword formation. The other 9 small divine powers were also known as the Merry 9 Swords. These 9 small divine powers could also form the great divine power of the Merry Sword formation. Legend had it that after the patriarchs of Xianling sect created the Merry 18 Swords, they once imagined that on top of forming 2 great divine powers, they could also combine the 2 sword formations into one final unfettered sword. The power of this sword formation could even reach the level of a supreme divine power. Unfortunately, this sword formation had never appeared in Xianling sect before. As a result, the North Sea cultivation world believed that this was merely a fabrication by Xianling sect, and a rumor spread in the cultivation world. Dao Sheng Laozu was a genius. Although he was not a sword cultivator, he was able to draw parallels from the Xianling sect's signature swordsmanship and create this great divine power of wind formation. Its power was not inferior to the 2 great divine powers of wind and merry. However, Dao Sheng Laozu's unique great divine power of wind formation allowed every 9 wind pillars to form a complete great divine power formation. The 18 wind pillars surrounding Tianling Mountain were the combination of 2 great divine power formations that had been cultivated to the extreme. Its power was definitely beyond the power of 2 great divine powers added together. Tianlu Laozu looked at Tianfan Laozu worriedly and asked hesitantly, "Senior Tianfan, should we join forces with senior sister Tian Shui to break Dao Sheng's great divine power first?" Tian Shui Laozu pursed her lips and said, "Why should we break it? The North Sea cultivation world has been in a state of chaos for so long that we have forgotten the prestige of Fa Xiong Laozu in the cultivation world. This time, we must use this Dao Sheng, the only late Dharma adept in the North Sea, to let our sect's cultivators see what the real Fa Xiong Laozu is like. This will prevent any arrogant fellows from assassinating other people's Fa Xiong Laozu in the future." Tian Shui Laozu's words were targeted at the fact that after the mysterious Yin Immortal assassinated Dao Shi Laozu, there were many cultivators in Zhenling who believed that if it were not for the demon clan Immortal Aou's betrayal, with the mysterious Yin Immortal's ability, even if he was unable to kill Dao Shi, it was not impossible for him to escape unscathed. Although Tian Shui Laozu and the rest wanted to protect their own disciples, they could not allow their own disciples to become arrogant to the point where even Fa Xiong Laozu was not taken seriously. Qianfan Laozu looked at the descending Laozu and was rather worried. He smiled and said, "Junior brother, don't worry. Although Dao Sheng's two great magical powers have been unleashed to the maximum, with the power of our sect's protective formation, it will not be destroyed by just two great magical powers. Moreover, with us here, how can our sect's cultivators be at a disadvantage?" Tianlu Laozu's expression finally relaxed a little. At this moment, he saw the surrounding 18 wind pillars gradually converging in the sky above Qianling Mountain, forming a huge wind net. The wind net rotated slowly, and the 18 wind pillars all twisted and contracted, cutting towards Qianling Mountain. Just as the wind net formed by the 18 wind pillars was contracting and cutting towards Qianling Mountain, a deep and steady voice could be heard coming from the top of Qianling Mountain. Formation, rise. A huge shimmering barrier, like a curtain that was evenly spat out from the peak of Qianling Mountain, fell around Qianling Mountain, protecting the entire mountain within the range of the formation. This voice belonged to the deacon of Qianling Mountain, Perfected Junling, Perfected Junling's formation, Perfected Junling's formation, Perfected Junling's formation. In the blink of an eye, Dao Sheng Laozu's wind net formation spun and cut towards Junling's formation. A deafening creaking sound rang out, and the Junling sect's sect-protecting array began to flicker. But the 18 twisting and spinning wind pillars did not seem to be damaged at all. As they formed into a net-like array, they looked like a bloodthirsty octopus entrenched in the sky above the sect-protecting array. Each wind pillar itself was a spinning tornado, and as they swept across the array, they also left marks on the array's protective shield. Solidify. Once again, Reverend Guo Xuanshan's calm roar rang out on Qianling Mountain. The sect protection formation, which had been flickering between brightness and darkness, seemed to have learned to work together, as it gathered the energy of the Junling sect's core forging cultivators into a rope. The entire formation looked dim, but it was no longer flickering like before. Restore. Perfected Guo Xuanshan's voice was still unhurried. However, as soon as Perfected Guo Xuanshan's voice fell, the entire array was like a ferocious beast that was slowly accumulating power. The dark array shield gradually lit up. Originally, the 18 wind pillars would cut a deep mark on the surface of the array shield, but now, they could only leave a faint mark that was repaired by the array shield itself. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly came from the distant sky, as if it had suddenly exploded in the ears of all the cultivators. Almost all the Junling's core forging stage perfected masters in charge of the formation's operation felt their qi and blood unstable, and they instantly lost control of the true essence in their bodies. Many of the weaker core forging stage cultivators with weak foundations were directly shaken by this cold snort, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Even perfected Shen Chen, who was helping perfected Guo Xianshan to operate the formation, turned pale, and his limbs numbed. Perfected Guo Xuanshan's expression changed, and he secretly cursed, "Not good." He hurriedly shouted, "True essence." However, many of the perfected masters had not yet recovered from the cold snort, and when they heard perfected Guo Xuanshan's roar, they were momentarily flustered, unable to quickly keep up with the operation of the formation. The sect-protecting formation on Qianling Mountain suddenly lit up, but because many cultivators were unable to keep up with the changes in the formation, many dark spots of the sect-protecting formation were obscured by the bright light. At this moment, the wind net array suddenly tightened again, and the 18 wind pillars that coiled around the sect-protecting formation sped up their rotation, and the creak sounds of explosions suddenly became more intense. The sect-protecting formation once again shone brightly, and it looked like it was expanding outwards, trying to break the 18 wind net array, but instead, the wind pillars squeezed a deeper layer of depression on the surface of the formation. However, just when it looked like the sect-protecting formation had been squeezed out of shape by the wind pillars, a deafening roar rang out, and two faintly discernible giant claws formed from spiritual energy suddenly appeared above the sect-protecting formation. The two giant claws reached down, each grabbing a wind pillar, and then pulled outwards, immediately tearing the two wind pillars into 4 pieces. With this powerful reinforcement, the sect-protecting formation shone brightly again, and 2 more wind pillars were torn apart. The pressure on the sect-protecting formation was greatly reduced, and it immediately shrunk and expanded. A series of cracking sounds rang out, and another 12 wind pillars were torn apart. The remaining 2 wind pillars were also torn apart by the 2 giant claws of spiritual energy. Then, the 2 giant claws suddenly disintegrated into spiritual energy in the sky, slowly accumulating in the light of the sect-protecting formation before disappearing. After Dao Sheng Laozu's great spell was broken, several core forging enlightened masters responsible for operating the sect-protecting formation on Tianling Mountain coughed up blood and fainted from serious injuries. There were also a few cultivators who coughed up blood and were seriously injured, and even enlightened Master Guo Xuanshan's face was pale. He was quite shocked. To be able to resist the sect-protecting formation that was personally set up by Taishan Laozu, who was the only true spirit realm cultivator in Zhenling 4 or 5,000 years ago, and to be able to severely injure about half of the core forging cultivators, including a few late core forging cultivators, in one fell swoop, and even enlightened Master Guo Xuanshan himself was quite shocked. If it wasn't for enlightened Master Guo Xuanshan's good command, barely gathering the strength of most of the cultivators at the last moment to activate the true spirit hand of the sect-protecting formation and break the wind net formation, even if there were still a few Laozu behind Zhenling who hadn't made a move yet, the ones who coughed up blood and were seriously injured weren't just the core forging cultivators responsible for operating the sect-protecting formation, even enlightened Master Guo Xuanshan himself would have been injured. In the North Sea's cultivation world, who else could have such tyrannical strength? Dao Sheng Laozu, Xianling sect's Dao Sheng Laozu, it must be him. Only this person had such strength, dared to fight against Zhenling's sect-protecting formation alone. At this moment, all the cultivators in Zhenling finally had a personal understanding of the strength of the #1 cultivator in the North Sea. In the past, Dao Sheng Laozu was too far away from all the cultivators in the North Sea's cultivation world. Even Zhenling, who had always set Xianling sect as their goal, only saw Dao Sheng Laozu as an expert who could fight against Zhenling's wind and snow immortals. They had already lost the respect they should have for the #1 cultivator in the North Sea. A long laugh pierced through the sky. Tianfan Laozu asked with a smile, "I haven't seen you for decades. Senior martial brother Dao Sheng's divine power has become more and more powerful. You certainly live up to your reputation as the #1 cultivator in the North Sea. I still have to thank senior martial brother Dao Sheng for disciplining my disciples on my behalf, letting them know that there's always someone better out there, and that they should know how to respect their elders, lest they become arrogant and become complacent." A faint sigh was heard, and a weathered voice rang in the sky. "Tianfan, are you mocking me? I originally wanted to test the strength of you and your wife with this wind array. It seems that the wind and snow immortals have improved a little in the past 50 years, but I didn't expect the 2 of you to really be able to endure it and force your disciples to use the sect-protecting array to resist it. You really have the heart to do it." Tianfan Laozu understood what Dao Sheng Laozu meant. He smiled and said, "A jade that is not cut is worthless, so I have to make use of senior martial brother Dao Sheng's sharp carving knife." A skinny old man vaguely appeared in the sky, then slowly walked towards the sky above Zhenling. After a while, he said, "In this aspect, Xianling sect is indeed not as good as your sect." This sentence surprised Tianfan Laozu, but he could only smile and say to the skinny old man, "Senior martial brother Dao Sheng, you flatter me." Dao Sheng Laozu didn't comment. He looked around and said, "Almost everyone is here. Everyone, come out and meet me." Chapter 460. In the cave of the deep-sea demon territory's underwater mountain range, a huge 9th-grade white jade lotus slowly rotated above Lu Ping's head. A blue light curtain slanted down from the lotus and turned into a light curtain that enveloped the entire cave. It seemed to be suppressing something. The entire crypt was now filled with a black light. The black light dashed left and right in the crypt, as if it was trying to find a way to escape. However, it was tightly restrained by the blue light curtain hanging down from the rank 9 white jade lotus in the crypt space. Lu Ping looked at the light rushing left and right. He smiled happily at Samling next to him and said, "Dargui has really broken through. I didn't expect it to cause such a phenomenon so quickly. If I hadn't been immersed in cultivation these past few days, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to suppress the phenomenon in time. At that time, I'm afraid this place would have been exposed." A few days later, a burly young man with a dull face appeared in front of Lu Ping. He said to Lu Ping in a deep voice, "Master, Dagui has advanced to the core forging stage and successfully transformed." Lu Ping smiled and said, "Dagui, I'll have to trouble you this time. Originally, it was a critical period for us to consolidate our cultivation. However, we need to escape from the deep-sea demon territory as soon as possible, so we had to let you out first." The young demon cultivator Lu Dagui nodded and said, "Rest assured, Master, Dagui knows." Lu Ping patted him on the shoulder and said, "Well, this time it's up to you. First, blend into the demon population in the deep-sea demon territory and find out the route to enter and exit the deep-sea demon territory. At the same time, find out the current situation of the human and demon races." Originally, these tasks could be handed over to Samling, but the identity of the green sea snake is too sensitive among the North Sea demon race. Previously, they were exposed, so now they can't appear among the demon races. Dabao's cultivation is also not good, not to mention that he is an earth attribute spirit-seeking mouse. If he appears at the bottom of the sea, he will definitely be caught by the demon race to admire. So, you're the only one who can go. With that said, Lu Ping handed over 2 magical weapons to Lu Dagui, saying, "Because things happened in a hurry, Master did not prepare a suitable magical weapon for you. These 2 are the spoils of war that we have seized over the years. Among the magical weapons suitable for water attribute cultivation methods, they are considered good. One for attack and one for defense, you temporarily refine it in case of emergencies. After this time, I will get rid of Chen Lian and refine a suitable weapon for you." Lu Dagui nodded and received a storage magical weapon from Lu Ping. After storing some of the spiritual stones and medicinal pills that Lu Ping gave him, he left the cave and walked out of the underwater mountain range. In the sky above Tianling Mountain, as soon as Dao Sheng Laozu's voice fell, Tian Shui Laozu had already appeared beside Tian Fan Laozu. She casually exchanged greetings with Dao Sheng Laozu, then fiercely said to the void beside them, "Dao Yang, get the hell out of here. How dare you try to escape with your life on Huanyu Island? Do you think that Xian Ling sect is the only family in the North Sea? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" In the void behind Dao Sheng Laozu, the spirit mountain flashed, as if a curtain had been lifted. Immediately, the person standing behind the curtain was revealed. Dao Yang Laozu's face was gloomy. After being scolded by Tian Shui Laozu, his originally arrogant and unruly character suddenly became as gloomy as a poisonous snake. He said coldly, "The wind and snow immortals want to fight with Senior Dao Sheng, and Tian Xiong is being held back by Senior Dao Yang in the perished mystery land. Did you, Junling, prepare another set of life-diminishing magical power to sacrifice an early Dharma adept? Is it the Fornax or the Tianjiang? However, the 2 of them are not comparable to Tian Kang's peak early Dharma cultivation. Even if they use this magical power, they may not be able to survive until now like Tian Kang. Haha, I have long heard that Uncle Dao Yang is the 3rd strongest expert in Xianling sect. This time, how about the 2 of us learn from Uncle Dao Yang?" Tian Lin and Tian Ling, the 2 Laozus, walked out together. Tian Lin Laozu smiled and said to Dao Yang Laozu. Dao Yang Laozu's eyes narrowed. Looking at the wind and snow immortals beside him, he nodded and said, "I guess the 2 of you must have also learned the eyebrows welcoming guest magical power that Junling secretly passed down. That's why you have the confidence to challenge me." After saying that, Dao Yang Laozu's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the 2 of them seriously and asked, "That's right. When junior brother Dao Kong died, I always thought that Tian Xiong had secretly attacked from the side. Could it be that the 2 of you really joined forces to defeat junior brother Dao Kong?" Tian Lin Laozu smiled and did not say anything. Tian Ling Laozu suddenly became as cold as ice and did not say a word. Dao Yang Laozu cast a glance behind him and saw that Xian Ling sect's other 2 Laozus, Dao Li and Feng Shutao, had also appeared in front of Heavenly Spirit Mountain. Feng Shutao looked at Tian Lin and his wife, and his expression changed. He looked very indignant, but he could not vent the gloominess in his heart. He could only let out a loud snort, as if to show his existence. Soon, on Junling's side, Tianjiang and Fornax Laozu also appeared. Junling's 6 Laozus stood against Xianling sect's 5 Laozus. It was just like the battle between the two sects more than 50 years ago. But this time, Junling's growth was a step faster. Back then, because Junling was at a slight disadvantage, Tiankang Laozu was on the verge of dying. This time, Jiang Tianlin and his wife joined forces again after several decades, and their strength had already surpassed Tiankang Laozu's from back then. Just as the two sides were at each other's throats, Dao Sheng Laozu suddenly asked Jiang Tianlin and his wife, "Both of you have actually achieved 8th grade golden cores?" Dao Sheng Laozu's identity was special. Even though the battle between the two sides was imminent, Jiang Tianlin still maintained a sense of respect for this top cultivator of the North Sea. At the end of the day, Dao Sheng Laozu's title as the top cultivator of the North Sea was not because he was at the late Dharma stage, but because he had killed his way through many mid-Dharma adepts in the North Sea. His position as the top cultivator of the North Sea had been firmly established when he was at the mid-Dharma stage. Including Tian Xiong Laozu of Junling, all of them had been defeated by him. Tianlin Laozu bowed as a junior, but he was neither servile nor overbearing. He smiled and said, "We were lucky enough to obtain the spirit forging pill and managed to achieve 8th grade golden cores." As soon as Tianling Laozu finished speaking, Feng Shutao, who was behind Dao Sheng Laozu, changed his expression again. Although he had long guessed that the two's strength had increased tremendously after advancing to the Dharma stage was because they had condensed a golden core of a higher grade than his, now that he heard it from Tianlin Laozu's own mouth, he still felt like he could die. However, Dao Sheng Laozu nodded and said, "You, Jiang Tianlin, were the pride of the North Sea in the past. If Feng Shutao had not practiced 30 years earlier than you, I'm afraid you would have left him far behind." Feng Shutao simply lowered his head behind Dao Sheng Laozu. Although the others could not see his expression clearly, they knew that Feng Shutao must be extremely embarrassed now. However, Feng Shutao did not dare to have the slightest complaint, because Dao Sheng Laozu was not only the pillar of the Xianling sect, but he was also Feng Shutao's teacher. Chapter 461. Dao Sheng Laozu took another look at Liu Tianling and said, "Although you have achieved the 8th grade golden core, you used 3 low-grade heaven-level spirit objects, so you can only have the worst kind of 8th grade golden core. You can't compare to Jiang Tianlin. If you didn't have the spirit forging pill, I think you would be like Feng Shutao, at most able to refine 2 low-grade heaven-level spirit objects, but your strength would still be half a level lower than Feng Shutao." Liu Tianling's expression did not change, but he said, "Senior Dao Sheng's eyes are like a torch, I admire you." Dao Sheng Laozu had seen through Jiang Tianlin and his wife, but Dao Yang Laozu's expression changed. He knew that Dao Sheng Laozu's comment was not only to add some pressure to Junling, but also to tell him that the couple indeed had the strength to fight against him. In the past, only Dao Sheng Laozu and Tian Xiong Laozu had achieved the 8th grade golden core. Now, among Junling's second-generation disciples, there were actually 2 who had achieved the 8th grade golden core, and they had mastered Junling's inherited secret technique, which allowed them to challenge those of a higher level. Junling could rely on Tian Fan and Tian Shui to compete with Dao Yang Laozu, which was also the most important reason why Junling could compete with Xianling sect. Once Jiang Tianlin and his wife also advanced to the mid-core forging stage, then Xianling sect would definitely be overwhelmed by Junling. What's more, Jiang Tianlin was obviously as amazing as Dao Sheng Laozu back then. Once he successfully advanced to the late Dharma stage, there would be no place for Xianling sect in the North Sea cultivation world. Dao Sheng Laozu nodded, then looked at Tian Fan Laozu and said, "Tian Xiong is not here today. It seems that Junling is now in charge of Junling. I have something to say to you." This time, Dao Shi was actually seriously injured by Li Xuanin's sneak attack. Although his condition is much better than Tian Kang's, I'm afraid he won't be able to recover without 50 to 60 years of rest. With Dao Shi's cultivation base, although the chances of him advancing to the mid-Dharma stage are extremely slim, there is still a glimmer of hope. But this time, he was seriously injured, and 50 to 60 years of rest was used to recuperate. His last hope of advancing to the mid-Dharma stage is gone, so I'm here to seek justice for brother Dao Shi. Before Tian Fan Laozu could speak, Tian Shui Laozu, who was standing at the side, scolded, that Daosha's cultivation was only injured, but my martial nephew Shen Yin has perished. You want to seek justice, but I, Jinling, want to seek justice from your Shen Ling sect." At this moment, Shen Ling sect's Dao Yang Laozu also opened his mouth to refute. What a joke. He's just a minor repairs in the core forging stage. How can he be compared to Dharma Laozu? This was nonsense. Since Sage Shen Yin had attained the 7th grade golden elixir, with his ability to injure Daosha Laozu with a sneak attack in the late core forging stage, his future achievements would definitely be above Daosha Laozu's after he advanced to the Dharma stage. From Junling's point of view, Sage Shen Yin's actions were simply a huge loss. Of course, the main culprit was that Ice Dragon Aou. Tian Shui Laozu frowned and pointed at Dao Yang Laozu, scolding, "Bullsh**t. Back then, Daosha killed martial nephew Shen Yin's wife. The hatred of killing his wife is absolutely irreconcilable. Martial nephew Shen Yin taking revenge for his wife is only right and proper." Dao Yang Laozu sneered, "He's just a demon. Junior brother Daosha killing him was to help you, Jinling. It's fine if you don't buy his favor, but you actually repaid kindness with enmity, injuring my junior brother Daosha. Could it be that you, Jinling, have really colluded with the demon race? First, you married a demon girl, and now, you married a demon race's brother-in-law. I'm afraid that your sect is still hiding a vile spawn from the union of a human and a demon, right? I heard that your sect's Li Shen Yin only had one direct disciple, called Yin Shenchu or something. He's also a genius cultivator of yours, Jinling. I'm afraid most of the people in your sect don't know his identity, right?" Tian Shui Laozu's expression changed. Just when she was about to refute, Dao Sheng Laozu spoke. "Since ancient times, demons have never coexisted. Your sect should know what to do. Wasn't the death of your sect's master Shen Yin due to the temptation of the demon girl, and then the instigation of the demon race cultivators, resulting in such a tragedy? You can say that he only has himself to blame. However, that Shen Yin is still an outstanding talent among your sect's second-generation disciples. This time, regarding my junior brother Daosha's matter, your sect will definitely bear the consequences." At this moment, Tian Fan Laozu no longer had a smile on his face. He said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Dao Sheng Laozu said leisurely, "Huangli Island, all the islands within 1,000 miles radius of Huangli Island will be returned to my Shenling sect. That place was originally my Shenling sect's sphere of influence, but it has been occupied by your sect's dove nest for dozens of years. Returning it is only right and proper, not to mention the islands within 1,000 miles radius of Huangli Island. Almost all the islands under Di Kuan Island's jurisdiction were included in it. Just Huangli Island alone was already no less than a resurgent island." At this moment, Tian Fan Laozu's gloomy face suddenly smiled and said, "If that's the case, then let's do it. Let us husband and wife see exactly what realm senior brother Dao Sheng's cultivation has reached in the past 50 years. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Shui, Tian Fan, and Dao Sheng Laozu suddenly disappeared in front of Tianling Mountain's protective array. Immediately after, a thunderous roar suddenly exploded in the sky above Tianling Mountain. The whole world suddenly became bright and dark. As the wind blew, the clouds scudded and the sea surface surged up a few dozen feet high tsunami waves. As the huge waves rolled, they surged in all directions. One of them was heading towards Tianling Mountain. Another thunderous roar. The huge waves crashed onto Tianling Mountain's protective array, exploding into silver-white water that filled the sky. Dao Yang Laozu took a step forward and sneered, "I want to see how powerful a cultivator who has condensed an 8th grade golden core and advanced to the transcendence realm is." These words of Dao Yang Laozu were older than Jiang Tianlin and his wife. However, in the ears of the bystanders, these words had already turned sour. Jiang Tianlin Laozu smiled at Liu Tianling Laozu. However, Liu Tianling Laozu was still as cold as ice. He actually took a step forward and waved out 9 thin and long cyan-colored water currents that wrapped around Dao Yang Laozu. Dao Yang Laozu laughed mischievously. Suddenly, a black door appeared behind him. Dao Yang Laozu took a step back, and his entire body was instantly engulfed by the black door. Liu Tianling Laozu snorted coldly, and his figure immediately disappeared. Jiang Tianlin Laozu smiled awkwardly before disappearing as well. Feng Shidao took the initiative to attack Laozu, who was descending from the sky. However, the two of them did not use any space magic. Instead, they fought all the way up into the sky. Dao Li Laozu looked at Tianlu Laozu in front of him and sighed softly. He said, "Back then, you and I were the best of friends. We exchanged pointers on alchemy, cultivation methods, and spiritual herb cultivation techniques. However, as our positions in the sect became higher and higher, we could not be as carefree as before. Now, we even have to fight each other. The world is really unpredictable." Tianlu Laozu also showed a nostalgic expression, but he quickly hid these emotions and said, "Our paths are different, so we cannot work together. Let's just fight today." Dao Li Laozu nodded and said seriously, "You and I know each other very well. In terms of cultivation, your accumulation is deeper than mine. However, I have the sea boiling cauldron, so I can suppress you." Tianlu Laozu sneered and said, "Let's talk after we fight." Lu Ping waited quietly in the cave for several days. Lu Dagui finally returned and brought two pieces of bad news to Lu Ping. The first was that in the entire deep-sea demon territory, several groups of demon cultivators had formed search teams and were searching for traces of Lu Ping. Among them, the patriarch of the Ice Dragon clan, AOU, had offered a high-grade Earthstep Heaven and Earth treasure as a reward for killing Lu Ping and avenging his son. When Lu Ping heard this news, he found it quite funny. AOU was probably the only one left of the Ice Dragon clan, but he still put on the airs of a patriarch. However, the Ice Dragon clan was worthy of being a top-grade demon clan. Even though they were on the verge of extinction, they still had a foundation. They offered a high-grade Earthstep Heaven and Earth treasure, which was enough to make the core forging stage demon cultivators of the North Sea go crazy. The second news was that the two major sects of the North Sea, Xianling sect and Junling sect, had started a confrontation because of the assassination of Dao Shi Laozu by Daoist Mysterious Yin. The two sides were on the verge of a war. The demon clan cultivators in the deep-sea demon territory were in high spirits and had already agreed to raid the islands of the two sects during the war. The rumor also specifically mentioned Huangli Island, which would be the main target of the demon clan's surprise attack. It was said that a late core forging demon cultivator would personally lead the attack on Huangli Island. In the eyes of all the core forging cultivators of the North Sea, Huangli Island was a symbol of humiliation. Huangli Island had been in the heart of the demon race for more than 10 years. In a situation where the demon race had always held the upper hand, Huangli Island was like a thorn in the flesh, causing all the demon race cultivators to feel as if there was a fishbone stuck in their throats. Outside of Huangli Island, more than 5 mid-core forging demon cultivators had fallen here. When he heard that the demon clan would launch a large-scale attack on Huangli Island, Lu Ping could no longer sit still in the underground cave. He tried his best to suppress his impatience to return and asked Lu Dagui in a deep voice, "Dagui, have you found out the way back? Do you have the confidence to get out of the deep-sea demon territory?" Lu Dagui nodded, "Master, don't worry. Dagui will blend in with the other demon clan cultivators and rush back to Huangli Island as soon as possible." Lu Ping nodded and handed a formation plate to Lu Dagui. At the same time, there was also a sound-transmitting sword. He said, "When you're near Huangli Island, don't show your face, lest the demon clan cultivators on the island discover you and kill you." Now, Huangli Island isn't just filled with blood condensation realm cultivators. There are also more and more core forging stage cultivators coming and going. Send out the sound-transmitting sword first and wait for Senior Marshal Sister Hu or Senior Marshal Brother Chen to arrive. Then, pass this formation plate to Senior Marshal Sister Hu. You don't have to worry about the rest." Lu Dagui nodded and said, "Master, don't worry. Dagui will rush back as soon as possible." Lu Ping smiled and said, "Don't worry. You've just advanced to the core forging stage and haven't had the time to consolidate your cultivation. The most important thing on the way back is safety. As for the time, it doesn't matter. This underground cave is extremely well hidden. The demon clan won't be able to find this place in a short period of time. Although he said that, in reality, Lu Ping's mind had already flown to Huangli Island. Chapter 462. Feng Shutao had finally fought an evenly matched battle. After Feng Shutao had advanced to the Dharma stage, what followed was not the glory that he had imagined, but a series of defeats and humiliation. When he finally met an opponent that was on par with him, the passion that came from the depths of his heart actually caused his opponent, the heavenly descending elder, to be at a loss for a moment, and he almost fell into a disadvantageous position. Feng Shutao's starting point for entering the Dharma stage was not low among the Dharma Laozu of the North Sea. At least, it was higher than his opponent, Tianjiang Laozu. However, Tianjiang Laozu was someone who had entered the Dharma stage hundreds of years ago, so he had much more experience than Feng Shutao. He used all kinds of great and small spells that he was familiar with and quickly turned the situation around. Both sides were evenly matched again. In another part of the void, Dao Li Laozu, who was at a disadvantage, raised a four-legged black and red furnace in the air. He lifted the lid of the furnace and 12 thin lines of fire shot out from the furnace, heading straight for Tianlu Laozu. Tianlu Laozu did not dare to face it head-on and quickly dodged to the side. Dao Li Laozu took advantage of the situation and gave chase. He said proudly, "Brother Tianlu, these 12 lines of fire are 12 kinds of fire seeds. They are all kinds of fire seeds that I have collected in the past few years to make elixirs. Among them, these are the best and most effective fire seeds for making elixirs. There are also other kinds of fire seeds that can be used to make some special elixirs. Only a magic treasure level cauldron can fuse these 12 fire seeds into one cauldron and use their power. Brother Tianlu, how do you think this spell that I have created compares to the great spells?" Tianlu Laozu did not say a word and was at a disadvantage. For a moment, he was forced by Dao Li Laozu to move around in the void and occasionally counterattack to relieve the pressure on his body. Dao Li Laozu smiled and said, "Brother Fornax, why didn't you bring your sect's top-tier cauldron this time? At least it can temporarily contend against my boiling sea cauldron. Didn't Brother Fornax also use a top-tier cauldron to fight against me?" Fornax Laozu coldly snorted. His face turned red with anger. Dao Li Laozu became even more complacent when he saw Fornax Laozu like this. Back then, Fornax Laozu used a top-grade alchemy cauldron to fight against Dao Li Laozu, who was in charge of the boiling sea cauldron. Although Fornax Laozu did not fall into a disadvantageous position, that top-grade alchemy cauldron was greatly damaged and had not been repaired until now. In the world of cultivation, a top-grade alchemy cauldron was equivalent to an ordinary magic treasure. A top-grade alchemy cauldron was not inferior to a top-grade psychic magic treasure. In the eyes of the North Sea cultivators, a magic treasure-level alchemy cauldron was worth a spirit-nurturing magic treasure. Dao Li Laozu saw that Fornax Laozu was only moving around and did not dare to fight him head-on. He became more and more unscrupulous. He reached out and patted the boiling sea cauldron on top of his head. The boiling sea cauldron suddenly made a gurgling sound as if something was really boiling. Then, a large mass of multicolored boiling water formed a strange formation with the 12 fire serpents in the sky. Fornax Laozu said in a serious voice, "Fire and water coexist alchemy technique. I didn't expect you to really use this alchemy technique." Dao Li Laozu chuckled and said, "In terms of alchemy, you have always been slightly better than me, but I have the boiling sea cauldron to suppress you. Now that I have the fire and water coexist alchemy technique, I am no longer inferior to you in alchemy." Fornax Laozu nodded and said, "The fire and water coexist alchemy technique is indeed a brilliant alchemy technique in the world of cultivation, but you are not the only one who can figure it out." Dao Li Laozu's eyes turned cold when he heard this. He saw Fornax Laozu waving his hands continuously, and several fire seeds and several different colors of flowing water fused together in the sky. Then, they exploded, and the huge momentum collapsed the formation that Dao Li Laozu had set up using the fire and water coexist alchemy technique. Dao Li Laozu said fiercely, "So what if you have also mastered this alchemy technique? I have the boiling sea cauldron in my hand, and you are still no match for me." As soon as Dao Li Laozu's voice fell, he saw Fornax Laozu, who had been wandering around and hiding, suddenly stop in the void. Dao Li Laozu's heart moved, and he was about to command the boiling sea cauldron to trap Fornax Laozu. However, before Dao Li Laozu could step forward, he saw a cauldron rising above Fornax Laozu's head. Dao Li Laozu was overjoyed. He knew that Zhenling only had 3 top-grade cauldrons. More than 50 years ago, during the war between the two sides, Dao Li Laozu had basically destroyed one of them. This time, if another one was destroyed, then Zhenling's foundation would be weakened again. However, before Dao Li Laozu's boiling sea cauldron could come forward, the cauldron above Fornax Laozu's head had already smashed towards Dao Li Laozu. What? Dao Li Laozu was first pleasantly surprised, and then terrified. In the midst of a loud bang, Dao Li Laozu cried out in disbelief, "Magic treasure, a cauldron magic treasure. Since when did Zhenling have a magic treasure-level cauldron? How is this possible?" When Dao Li Laozu was caught off guard, Fornax Laozu attacked with the NH1 cauldron, which had evolved into a magic treasure, and repelled the boiling sea cauldron in one fell swoop. Dao Li Laozu was not prepared and was hit by the NH1 cauldron until he vomited blood. This time, the situation was reversed. Dao Li Laozu began to be forced to flee in all directions by Fornax Laozu. The battle between the two of them naturally did not escape the senses of the other Laozus who were fighting in the void. Seeing the NH1 cauldron's appearance, the hearts of the Xianling sect's Laozu sunk. The reason why Xianling sect could occupy the position of the number 1 sect in the Northern Sea for such a long time was because of their deep foundation. Now that Zhenling was constantly rising, their foundation was getting closer and closer to Xianling sect. In another part of the void, Dao Sheng Laozu only glanced at the NH1 cauldron in Fornax Laozu's hand from afar. A radiance flashed across his eyes. With a wave of his hand, another 2 great divine abilities were displayed. Tianfan Laozu and Tian Laozu also displayed a great divine ability each. In an instant, the void was filled with wind and snow, barely blocking Dao Sheng Laozu's 2 great divine abilities. Tianfan Laozu and Tian Shui Laozu had never gained the upper hand in front of Dao Sheng Laozu even when they joined forces. They were just barely holding on. Tianfan Laozu and Tian Shui Laozu looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Ever since the two of them were able to protect themselves in front of Dao Sheng Laozu more than 50 years ago, their confidence had increased tremendously. After 50 years of hard training, they thought that even if the two of them joined forces again, even if they were unable to gain the upper hand, they would definitely be able to defeat Dao Laozu and truly stand on equal footing with him. However, from the start of the battle until now, the wind and snow immortals had been suppressed by Dao Sheng Laozu. The scene was very similar to that of 50 years ago. Tian Shui Laozu and Tian Fan Laozu's hearts sank. At the same time, they were not confident that they would be able to survive the calamity of the mid-Dharma stage and advance to the late Dharma stage in the future. However, unlike Dao Sheng Laozu, Dao Yang Laozu was indeed depressed to death. He would never have thought that the two of them, who had just advanced to the Dharma stage and had a falling out with each other decades ago, would be able to force him into such a state. Looking at the tacit cooperation between Jiang Tianlin and Liu Tianling, they did not look like a husband and wife who had a falling out with each other. They were simply lovers who had a telepathic connection. As Dao Yang Laozu resisted the joint attack of the two of them, he cursed in his heart. Was it their 8th grade golden elixir or Zhenling's equal eyebrows secret technique that was more powerful? Or was it both? Dao Yang Laozu was also a proud person. During the war between the two sects, he was the one who had personally injured Zhenling's Tian Kang Laozu. After that, he had been struggling at death's door. Meanwhile, Zhenling was like a madman, scouring the North Sea in search of elixirs that could extend his lifespan. This was an extremely exciting battle in the eyes of others, but in Dao Yang Laozu's heart, it was an extremely depressing memory. As an early Dharma adept, he had fought against Dao Yang Laozu, who had already advanced to the mid-Dharma stage at that time. Dao Yang Laozu could never forget the mocking look that Tian Kang Laozu gave him, as well as the contemptuous look that Tian Kang gave Dao Yang Laozu when he used the secret technique that consumed his lifespan to force Dao Yang to retreat. Dao Yang Laozu had always thought that he had actually lost. His mid-Dharma stage cultivation was ultimately unable to do anything to an early Dharma adept. After he returned to Xianling sect, he had been waiting for news of Tian Kang Laozu's death. In his opinion, as long as Tian Kang Laozu was dead, then he would still have won this battle. However, Dao Yang Laozu had waited for more than 50 years. Tian Kang Laozu had stubbornly survived until now, and there was still no news of his death. However, this time, Xianling sect had once again besieged Tianling Mountain. In Dao Yang Laozu's opinion, this time, he would definitely be the one to open up the path of victory for Xianling sect. This was because Tian Xiong was not in Zhenling, and Tian Shui and Tian Fan were fighting against senior brother Sheng. Then, there would definitely be no fourth mid-Dharma adept in Zhenling who could fight against him. However, the reality was far beyond his expectations. Not only did Dao Yang Laozu not open up the path of victory, on the contrary, Jiang Tianlin and Liu Tianling who were fighting against him seemed to have the idea of opening up the path of victory through him. Just as the battle between the two sides seemed to have entered a stalemate, the sky above Tianling Mountain flashed with light. A person suddenly appeared in front of Zhenling's sect-protecting formation. He stretched out his hand towards the water barrier of Zhenling's sect-protecting formation. The entire formation shook violently, and a loud roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Previously, everyone in Zhenling was already stunned by the 10 Laozus fighting in the sky. Who would have the time to pay attention to this cultivator who had suddenly appeared? However, this cultivator who suddenly appeared in front of Tianling Mountain only casually slapped the barrier, and the entire formation shook. Some of the Zhenling cultivators who were originally in charge of operating the formation were already absent-minded, and in their haste, they vomited blood and fainted from the backlash of the formation. Reverend Guo Xuanshan's voice rang out once more. Everyone in Zhenling, abide by your duties. The entire formation immediately lit up again. However, the cultivator who had attacked the formation earlier stood with his hands behind his back, no longer attacking. He only raised his head as if he was watching the battle between the 10 Laozus in the sky. Reverend Guo Xuanshan's calm voice rang out once more. Crystal Palace's Yuan Guang Laozu, why did you attack our sect's formation for no reason? Chapter 463. Looking at Huangli Island, which was firmly protected by a bowl-shaped protective barrier, and the beast tide that was rushing towards Huangli Island like a tidal wave, Lu Dagui slapped his head in annoyance. Looks like I have to find a type of escape technique to cultivate next time. Even though I had rushed over, I still couldn't make it to Huangli Island before the demon clan attacked. If I send out the sound transmission sword now, it is highly likely that the demon clan cultivators will discover my location. Just when Lu Dagui was at a loss of what to do, a ridiculing voice was heard. Isn't this Daoist came? Didn't you clamor about breaking through Huangli Island earlier? How come you're scared now? Well, with your cultivation base that has just broken through to the core forging stage, your chi and blood are fluctuating badly. Obviously, you haven't had time to consolidate your breakthrough. I'm afraid that once you enter the battlefield, you will be scared to the point that you will fall from the core forging stage before the enemy attacks. A group of mocking laughter rang out. Lu Dagui turned around expressionlessly and looked at several young monster race cultivators behind him. These people were the ones that Lu Dagui met when he passed through the deep-sea monster races channel. They were rushing to besiege Huangli Island and were ready to make a contribution. Like Lu Dagui, they were also monster race cultivators that had just transformed. All along the way, Lu Dagui was stiff and reticent, and he'd suffered no small amount of ridicule from these demon cultivators. On the other hand, Lu Dagui was unwilling to cause trouble because he carried an important mission, so he'd always ignored the ridicule of these people, and this instead encouraged their arrogance. Lu Dagui knew that these monster race cultivators belonged to the kind of young elites with considerable status in the monster race. At least, Lu Dagui knew that among the leading monster race cultivators, there were cultivators of the primordial giant crocodile clan. Seeing Lu Dagui's dull expression, the leading monster race cultivator couldn't help but feel a little bored. This is really Daoist came. He can really endure. Back then, Daoist came, the seventh patriarch of heaven creation, only knew how to sleep in the South Sea. He almost didn't even pass down his teachings. I didn't expect that his descendants would learn nothing else but this ability to endure. Another monster race cultivator echoed, a cowardly turtle. If he can't endure, how can he be called a cowardly turtle? Everyone roared with laughter again, shouting noisily in the direction of Huangli Island, destroy Huangli Island, capture Lu Shenping alive. Lu Ping's reputation skyrocketed after he opened up a new territory on Huangli Island, especially after he defeated the monster race's attacks on Huangli Island. The monster race always respected the strong, and after Lu Ping killed a few monster cultivators on Huangli Island, the monster race recognized his strength. Among the monster race, many core forging realm cultivators set defeating the human Lu Shenping as their goal. This time, when Xianling sect was besieging Tianling Mountain, the monster race took the opportunity to attack Huangli Island. Many of the monster race's younger generation disciples joined in, hoping to reclaim Huangli Island, capture Lu Shenping alive, and become the new hero of the monster race. Lu Dagui looked at the backs of these people, his eyes filled with anger, but then he smiled contemptuously. After thinking for a while, he suddenly thought of a plan. He jumped into the sea and quietly followed behind the group of demon cultivators. At this time, there were nearly 20 core forging stage demon cultivators hovering in the air above Huangli Island. The three leading them had reached the late core forging stage. If Lu Ping was here, he would recognize two familiar faces. One was Dao Master Mo Wei, who had suffered several losses in the hands of Dao Master Chu Shencheng. The other one was Daoist Lu Hai, who almost died in Lu Ping's hands. This time, Daoist Lu Hai was full of ambition. After years of bitter cultivation, he finally advanced to the late core forging stage. This time, he came here for revenge. Although there was only a small gap between the 6th layer and the 7th layer, it was a huge gap between the mid-core forging stage and the late core forging stage. Daoist Lu Hai, who had smelted the heaven and earth spiritual objects, had deeply experienced the huge gap between the mid-core forging stage and the late core forging stage. This was also the reason why he was so confident in participating in the battle on Huangli Island. Dao Master Mo Wei was a famous general among the demon cultivators. Last time, he used his human pet as a spy and almost broke through Huangli Island, but coincidentally, Lu Ping broke through to the mid-core forging stage. After coming out of seclusion, Lu Ping went on a killing spree, but in the end, all his efforts were in vain. This time, Dao Master Mo Wei made a comeback. His cultivation had also broken through to the 9th layer of core forging stage. Originally, he wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. However, he didn't expect that Demon King Ao Chuang, the Lord of Golden Flood Dragon Island, would send another late core forging stage demon cultivator to preside over this matter. Moreover, he strictly ordered Dao Master Mo Wei to assist this person. Dao Master Mo Wei looked at the spiritual master of the primordial giant crocodile clan, who had reached the 7th layer of core forging stage, and shook his head helplessly. This spiritual master Ao Lai was said to be Demon King Ao Chuang's brother. This time, he was obviously here to reap the benefits. However, Dao Master Mo Wei had no choice but to do his best to assist. Not to mention the primordial giant crocodile clan's influence in the North Sea Demon clan, Dao Master Mo Wei was only the leader of a small clan. The achievements he had today were all due to his own unremitting efforts. How could he go against the will of the Demon King? At the end of the day, his own strength was still insufficient. If he could become a Demon King, then he would truly be someone who had a say in the North Sea Demon clan. At that time, even the primordial giant crocodile clan would listen to his opinions. How could they brazenly reap the benefits of the Demon King? Just as Dao Master Mo Wei's thoughts were racing, he heard a loud noise coming from below. Dao Master Mo Wei was furious. To attack an island like Huangli Island, which was like an iron wall, the most important thing was to have a unified command. The most taboo thing was to attack randomly. Not only would it be ineffective, it would also give the opponent an opportunity to take advantage of. When Sage Mo Wei lowered his head to look, he couldn't help but frown. He saw these tens of young demon race cultivators who had clearly just transformed not too long ago rushing towards Huangli Island's Grand Array. A series of spells and magic treasures attacked the Grand Array, causing the entire Grand Array to tremble. Unbridled laughter rose and fell, appearing out of place on the battlefield that was overflowing with killing intent. Dao Master Mo Wei knew that these young demon cultivators were famous princes from the various large races of the North Sea. Perhaps there were some who were brimming with talent, but they were also arrogant. They had always been domineering among the demon race because of their background. Dao Master Mo Wei looked at Dao Master Ao Lai beside him, but he saw that Dao Master Ao Lai was completely indifferent. So, he turned to Dao Master Ao Lai and said in a deep voice, "Mana Master Ao, please restrain the behavior of these young cultivators so that the human cultivators won't be able to take advantage of them." Dao Master Ao Lai's appearance was not as majestic as Demon King Ao Chuang, short and thick. He smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. We, the demon race, should be like these children, have a fearless heart. In this attack on Huangli Island, our strength has greatly surpassed the human cultivators on Huangli Island. Now that Xianling sect has surrounded Tianling Mountain, Zhenling can't even take care of himself. It's time for us to take down Huangli Island and make a name for ourselves." Dao Master Mo Wei's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly said, "Mana Master Ao, you mustn't be so careless. These young cultivators are the hope of our demon race. If they are harmed, I'm afraid that the elders in their families will blame us." Dao Master Ao Lai let out a long laugh and pointed at the cultivators who were leading the group, saying, "We, the primordial giant crocodile clan, will take the lead. What can others say? From what I see, Mo Wei Mana's previous setbacks have worn away all of his lofty aspirations, and now he doesn't even have the slightest bit of boldness." Dao Master Mo Wei was furious, but he didn't dare to turn against Dao Master Ao Lai. Just as he was about to persuade Dao Master Ao Lai patiently, Dao Master Ao Lai waved his hand and said, "You don't have to worry about this anymore. That Chu Shencheng might have already arrived at Huangli Island. Once he makes a move, you and I will stop him. By then, Lu Hai will be able to command the demon army to slaughter Huangli Island, and the credit will be ours." Dao Master Mo Wei cursed in his heart. "The credit will naturally go to you, but once these young cultivators are harmed, the clan forces behind them will not find trouble with you, but the blame will fall on me and Lu Hai, who was rubbing his palms together." Dao Master Ao Lai turned to look at the silent Dao Master Mo Wei and thought for a moment, "This time, after we reclaim Huangli Island, we will still need Mana Master Mo Wei's help. After we succeed, I will definitely report to cousin and repay you." Dao Master Mo Wei expressionlessly thanked him, but from the corner of his eyes, he saw a flash of golden light amidst the attacks of the cultivators. Dao Master Mo Wei's eyes twitched. At this moment, someone is sending a message to the human cultivators on Huangli Island. "Demon pets. There are human demon pets mixed in with the demon race." Dao Master Mo Wei's divine sense swept down, checking the group of demon cultivators who were besieging Huangli Island one by one, but he didn't find anything. At this moment, he heard Dao Master Lu Hai exclaim in surprise. Dao Master Mo Wei turned and asked, "What is it? Did Brother Lu Hai discover something?" Dao Master Lu Hai smiled and said, "I did find an interesting turtle cultivator. The last time I saw him, he was very obedient, so I brought him back as a mount to the demon domain. Later on, when we besieged Huangli Island, he also attacked the island. But after the Zhenling counterattack, there was no more news of this mount. I thought he had fallen, but unexpectedly, not only did he escape, he even had some good fortune, condensing his gold core and successfully transforming." Sage Mo Wei's heart skipped a beat as though he had sensed something. Following Sage Greensea's finger, he turned to look at the tortoise demon, only to see a cultivator with a wooden expression. Even his blood and chi had stabilized, and he was currently attacking the Grand Array of Huangli Island with a group of young Yarrow cultivator disciples. Lu Dagui took advantage of the chaos to send out the sound transmission magic sword in his hand, and very quickly, he felt a strong pressure coming towards him. Lu Dagui was scared out of his wits, thinking that he had already been exposed and couldn't escape. Just as he was hesitating whether to escape or not, he saw a light screen of the island's protective array in front of him suddenly collapsing under the attacks of the crowd. The surrounding demon cultivators cheered, clamoring to charge into the island, but suddenly, an urgent shout came from the sky: "Retreat, danger!" However, everyone was eager to make a contribution. Seeing that the impregnable Huangli Island had been broken by them, how could the demon cultivators listen to the advice of others? All of them flew towards the entrance of the disintegrated island without a second thought. When Dao Master Mo Wei saw that Huangli Island's protective array was still intact, with only one broken, he sensed danger in his heart. He hurriedly tried to stop them, but it was already too late. A burst of crimson flames suddenly spewed out from the gap in the island's protective formation, colliding head-on with the demon cultivators who were scrambling to fly toward the gap. "Oh my God, there's an ambush! Retreat, retreat! Don't block my way, you're courting death. Someone save me, I'm from the Octopus clan, damn it, save me first, my father is Aodi." After a series of wails and howls, the few demon cultivators at the front turned into ashes on the spot. The few demon cultivators who were lucky enough to survive were all injured, and they turned and ran. Unexpectedly, they collided with the cultivators who were flying behind them, and the scene was in chaos. The scarlet-red flame at the entrance took the opportunity to spit out again, burning towards the crowd of demon cultivators. "Chu Xiancheng, how dare you!" An angry shout came, and Dao Master Mo Wei had already taken the lead to rush towards the surging flame. He opened his mouth and spat out a gush of black water, which turned into a sky full of dark clouds that burned towards the scarlet-red flame. For a moment, there was a loud kai-kai sound, and white smoke quickly spread out, covering the surroundings. Dao Master Mo Wei's face turned pale, and he immediately understood that Chu Xiancheng had condensed a golden core, and had already stepped into the half-step transcendence realm. He was definitely not a match for Chu Xiancheng, so he hurriedly turned around and shouted, "Palace Master Ao Lai, quickly come and lend me a hand." Daoist Master Ao Lai was stunned when he saw 7 to 8 demon race cultivators fall in an instant. When he heard Daoist Master Mo Wei's roar, he hurriedly took out a serrated broadsword and charged towards the red flames. At this moment, 7 people suddenly rushed out from the flame. The 2 young cultivators in the lead were at the 4th level of core forging, and the other 5 were at the 3rd level of core forging. The 7 of them directly rushed towards the chaotic Crown Prince Hall. The 2 of them each attacked, and 2 first-level core forging demon cultivators died. The 2 of them had great teamwork, and after killing the 2 first-level core forging demon cultivators, they combined their strength and attacked a 3rd-level core forging demon cultivator with heavy injuries, and it was obvious that he would not be able to survive. At this moment, Dao Master Lu Hai had already arrived. "Thieves, how dare you!" However, the 7 of them were very slippery. Seeing that Dao Master Lu Hai was coming, the 7 of them turned around and retreated into the fire cloud. The fire cloud then expanded, and temporarily repelled Dao Master Mo Wei and Dao Master Ao Lai, but then quickly retreated back into the array. At this moment, the white fog had already dissipated, and there was no longer any gap in the array. Dao Master Ao Lai was so angry that his whole body trembled. Dao Master Mo Wei spread out his divine sense, and did not find any traces of the tortoise demon among the young demon cultivators who luckily survived, and there was no corpse left on the sea. Dao Master Mo Wei's expression did not change, and he silently stood behind Dao Master Ao Lai. The battle on Tianling Mountain was still in full swing, and did not stop because of the appearance of Yuanguang Laozu from the Crystal Palace. Yuanguang Laozu raised his head to look at the sky a few times, a very dissatisfied expression on his face, as if feeling that his appearance did not achieve the shocking effect that he had expected. Hearing Dao Master Guo Xuanshan's reprimand, he was instantly enraged. He was the Crystal Palace's Laozu, a mid-Dharma adept. In the North Sea, other than Dao Sheng Laozu, who was worthy of his attention, all the other Laozu of the other sects would bow down to him when they saw him. This time, he was being reprimanded by a half-step Dharma adept. Previously, because his sudden appearance did not cause the battle to start, Yuanguang Laozu, who felt that he was being belittled, turned his palm back and slapped towards Junling's island protecting array. Dao Master Guo Xianshan saw that the person who had come was an enemy, and not a friend. Although he was wary of the other party's identity as the Crystal Palace's Laozu, he could not remain indifferent at this time. He shouted, "Zhenling!" Yuanguang Laozu slapped his palm back, and a huge palm print flew towards Zhenling's island protecting array. With a loud purr that shook the sky, Zhenling's island protecting array first shrunk, then expanded, dispersing Yuanguang Laozu's huge palm print. A huge rebounding force came, and even Yuanguang Laozu, who was a mid-Dharma adept, could not help but take 2 steps back, his palm numb. This time, Yuanguang Laozu lost even more face. Yuanguang Laozu pointed at Zhenling's array and laughed angrily, saying, "Good, good, a sect that is in cahoots with the demons. This time, I, Yuan Guang, and my friends from Xianling sect, will have to ask the various Laozu of Zhenling for a lesson." It was obvious that he wanted to interfere in the battle between Xianling sect and Zhenling. At this time, both sides were evenly matched. Other than Dao Shang Laozu, Zhenling's other Laozu might have the upper hand, but once Yuan Guang Laozu, a mid-Dharma adept, interfered, Zhenling would definitely lose. Just as Yuan Guang Laozu was about to head towards Jiang Tianlin and Liu Tianling, a sigh came from the depths of Tianling Mountain. Through Zhenling's sect-protecting array, it was as if someone had suddenly stood in front of Yuan Guang Laozu and said, "Friend Yuan Guang, this is an internal battle between the various sects in the North Sea. Friend, you are from a large sect in the East Sea, so why do you have to interfere in the battle between us small sects?" Yuan Guang Laozu's foot that had been lifted came back down again. He looked at the empty space in front of him and said in a serious tone, "Who are you? I didn't expect Zhenling to be so secretive. There's actually a mid-Dharma adept in the sect." As soon as Yuan Guang Laozu finished speaking, there was a commotion in the surrounding space. Yuan Guang Laozu looked up expressionlessly and snorted coldly. He then looked in front of him again. A few feet in front of Yuan Guang Laozu, the ground suddenly bulged upwards. A pile of soil and rocks tumbled upwards and then stuck together. Not long after, a middle-aged practitioner with a slightly aged face appeared in front of Yuan Guang Laozu. Earth true form. Yuan Guang Laozu's expression finally changed. He looked at the person in front of him and said in a serious tone, "Your earth-based techniques are excellent, and you are at the mid-Dharma stage. You must not be a nobody. Why haven't I heard of you in the North Sea?" The yellow-faced middle-aged cultivator chuckled and said, "I haven't been in the North Sea for dozens of years. Presumably, most of the fellow Taoists in the North Sea cultivation world think that I've already passed away. My name is Tian Kang. Has fellow Daoist Yuan Guang heard of this name?" Another gasp came from the empty space. Yuan Guang Laozu's face was full of shock. He said hoarsely, "It's you? Haven't you been relying on the longevity elixir to prolong your life? How did you? Good, good, your sect is really good. 4 mid-Dharma adepts. The entire North Sea training world has been fooled by your sect." Chapter 464. In the sky above Huangli Island, Dao Master Ao Lai thought that it would be a piece of cake to capture Huangli Island, but he didn't expect to fall into Chu Xuanqing's trap from the very beginning. 7 early core forging realm monster cultivators died, 6 were seriously injured, and the rest of the cultivators who escaped back with pale faces were full of fear, no longer daring to get close to the island's protective formation. Dao Master Ao Lai's face was livid. Dao Master Mo Wei had already warned him in advance, so Dao Master Mo Wei obviously wouldn't jump out to accuse Dao Master Ao Lai at this time. Instead, he silently stood behind Dao Master Ao Lai and didn't say a word, willingly becoming a foil to Dao Master Ao Lai. Among the 7 dead monster cultivators, 4 of them were direct descendants of clan leaders or elders of large North Sea monster clans, and their family members were all influential figures. There was no lack of a possibility that one of them had the bloodline of a monster king, and one of them was even from the primordial giant crocodile clan, Ao Lai's own nephew. This time, he was entrusted by his brother Aodi to let his nephew experience a real battle, to polish his nephew's arrogance, but he didn't expect that before the battle broke out, his nephew would die first. Dao Master Ao Lai could already imagine his brother Aodi's rage when he found out that his son had died. Aodi was a figure who had reached the half-step Dharma characteristic stage, and was considered to be the future 10th Monster King of the primordial giant crocodile clan after Monster King Ao Chuang, the Lord of Golden Serpent Island. Among the rest of the seriously injured monster cultivators, many of them were of rather noble birth. Dao Master Ao Lai could already foresee that even if he could capture Huangli Island this time, he wouldn't be valued by the North Sea monster clans, and there was even a possibility that he would be abandoned as a scapegoat. He wanted to find a scapegoat. This was Dao Master Ao Lai's first reaction, and the most suitable candidate was undoubtedly the undefeated General Mo Wei who was standing behind him. However, just as this thought rose in Ao Lai's mind, it was extinguished by himself. If Dao Master Mo Wei was not the first to discover that something was wrong and rushed to the rescue in time, under the attack of Chu Xuanqing's blazing sky incinerating flames, perhaps the loss would not be as simple as the 7 transformed demon cultivators. Moreover, when Dao Master Mo Wei discovered that something was wrong, he shouted out loud. At that time, many of the demon cultivators present heard it. If Dao Master Mo Wei became the scapegoat, then wouldn't Dao Master Ao Lai, who did not react at that time, be even more incompetent? Reverend Lu Hai saw that the battle against Huangli Island had just begun and the cultivators on his side had already suffered such a huge loss. He also saw the entire scene just now. It was obvious that Ao Lai didn't listen to Reverend Mo Wei's advice, and when it happened, it was Ao Lai's slow reaction which delayed the rescue. Reverend Lu Hai saw that Dao Master Ao Lai was standing there with an ashen face and Dao Master Mo Wei seemed to have turned into a wooden man. He thought that Dao Master Mo Wei no longer wanted to help Dao Master Ao Lai, so he looked down on Dao Master Ao Lai even more. Seeing that more than 20 core forging cultivators had gathered in the sky above Huangli Island and Dao Master Ao Lai was still standing there indifferently, Reverend Lu Hai became anxious. His words became more hurried and he said, "Why hasn't Mana Master Ao Lai given the order? Do you still want to give the enemy a buffer?" Hearing this, Dao Master Ao Lai suddenly turned his head to look at Reverend Lu Hai. His eyes were red and emitted an ominous glint. Reverend Lu Hai's heart skipped a beat and he actually didn't dare to meet Dao Master Ao Lai's eyes. Only now did he realize that his words were somewhat inappropriate. If he offended this person, it would be very bad. Although the two of them had the same cultivation level, Ao Lai was still from the primordial crocodile clan. Although Reverend Lu Hai's strength had greatly improved after advancing to the late core forging stage, he still didn't have the confidence to deal with the primordial crocodile clan. Just when Reverend Lu Hai was thinking whether he should find an opportunity to give in, Reverend Lu Hai suddenly smiled and said, "Brother Lu Hai is right. This time, I will help Brother Mo Wei to entangle Chu Xiancheng. The remaining cultivators on the island will have to rely on Brother Lu Hai's strength, especially those 2 young cultivators from Zhenling. They actually have a cultivation level of the 4th layer of core forging stage. It seems that in Zhenling, they are people with the same status as Lu Xianping. These 2 people must die." Although Reverend Lu Hai was a little surprised by the change in Ao Lai's attitude, he didn't think too much about it. He nodded and said, "I will do my best." Reverend Ao Lai nodded with satisfaction and began to arrange for the attack on the island. Only Reverend Mo Wei looked at the complacent Reverend Lu Hai with a somewhat complicated expression. In the end, he didn't say anything and followed Ao Lai. After the expansion of Huangli Island, not only did the area of the island increase from a radius of more than 10 li to a radius of more than 30 li, but the number of cultivators gathered on the island also increased. This would be a great help in times of crisis. Moreover, the number of small spirit veins on the island had increased to 6, making the island's protective array more solid and stable. After the last siege of Huangli Island, the monster race cultivators learned their lesson and no longer blindly attacked the island's protective array. Instead, more than 20 core forging stage monster cultivators arranged a simple demon soldier formation in the sky, ready to break the array with the formation. Soon, the entire Huangli Island was drowned by the sound of explosions, and the protective array of Huangli Island began to tremble violently. This time, The monster race no longer concentrated on attacking one point of the array. This was because the Zhonling experts on the island were not like the previous time, but more than 10 core forging stage monster cultivators had gathered together. Among them, there were veteran core forging stage monster cultivators like Chu Shencheng, as well as the 2 core forging stage monster cultivators like Fang Cai and a group of core forging stage monster cultivators at the early core forging stage. If they continued to attack like the previous time, they would only be adding food to the island's Zhonling cultivators. Listening to the core forging stage monster cultivators outside the island attacking the island's protective array, Daoist Master Chu Shencheng frowned and scolded, "This group of beasts has learned to be smart. They have made up their minds. Even if it takes a long time, they will wait for the array to completely collapse before attacking together." Chu Shencheng looked at Yin Shenchu behind him with some worry. Ever since the news of Daoist Master Mysterious Yin's death came, Yin Shenchu became more and more silent, but the chill on his body grew stronger day by day. Ji Shenxian said with a smile, "Martial uncle, don't worry. I just received that little turtle and brought it in, and senior sister who has already brought the things he brought into senior brother Lu's cultivation room. I believe that senior brother Lu will return to Huangli Island in a short moment. Wouldn't that mean that we've gained another great combat strength?" However, Daoist Master Chu Shencheng was not so optimistic. He said, "I have already seen the situation outside when we attacked just now. This time, not only Mo Wei, Lu Hai has also advanced to the late core forging stage, and there is also a primordial giant crocodile in the late core forging stage. At that time, as long as the two of them join forces to hold me back, I will be able to defeat all of you. Although Martial Nephew Lu's strength far surpasses cultivators of the same level, I'm afraid that it is still not enough to fight against a late core forging stage cultivator. After all, only a late core forging stage cultivator can understand the huge gap between the middle and late core forging stage cultivators." This time, Ji Shenxian did not speak, because even he himself was not confident. In Zhonling, only late core forging stage cultivators were a special group that could truly participate in the sect's decision-making with Dharma phase Laozu. In the other sects in the North Sea, this situation was basically the same. However, the other sects had sect masters in charge of everything, and late core forging stage cultivators mostly participated in the sect's affairs as the sect's elders. From this, one could see the status of late core forging stage cultivators in the North Sea's cultivation world. Status itself was often fought for by strength. Therefore, late core forging stage cultivators had always formed their own group in the cultivation world, and were separated from early and middle core forging stage cultivators. Yarrow Yong, who was at the side, thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we ask for help from Di Kuan Island?" Martial Uncle Shen Chang, who is guarding Di Kuan Island, is also a late core forging stage cultivator, and the strength of Di Kuan Island is much stronger than Huangli Island. Before Yarrow Yong could finish his words, he saw Shilingling, who was at the side, roll her eyes at him. Yarrow Yong knew that he had probably made a stupid suggestion, so he immediately chuckled and did not speak. Spiritual Master Chu Shencheng looked at his disciple helplessly. He was too lazy to be angry with him. Shilingling said directly, "Since the demon race came to besiege Huangli Island, then the demon race must have left behind some forces to restrain Di Kuan Island, which is quite close to here. Martial Uncle Shen Chang will not take the risk for Huangli Island." Spiritual Master Chu nodded and said, "The leader of the demon race on Di Kuan Island is called Ao Li. He is a late core forging stage expert of the primordial giant crocodile clan." Hearing that it was a late core forging stage primordial giant crocodile, everyone fell silent. As a top-tier demon beast, the primordial giant crocodile's innate strength was often superior to other cultivators of the same level. Spiritual Master Shen Cheng was only at the 8th layer of core forging stage. Ao Li was also a very famous demon beast in the North Sea cultivation world, but Spiritual Master Shen Cheng could only rely on Di Kuan Island's defensive formation to fight against Ao Li. At this time, Chen Lian also said, "How about we continue to maintain the island's defensive formation so that it does not collapse? The demon race will not be besieging Huangli Island for too long. Once the siege on Tianling Mountain is lifted, our sect will be free, and the demon race cultivators will definitely retreat. Zhong Jian asked with some hesitation, can they hold on for that long? How many high-grade spirit stones would it take to make up for the loss of the spirit vein? I just don't know how the battle on Tianling Mountain is going. If Huangli Island falls, then Xianling sect will be the demon race's accomplice. Spiritual Master Chu said without hesitation, Xianling sect will not be able to gain any advantage. Tianling Mountain will not be besieged for too long. However, blindly defending is not a solution. We must fight with the demon race cultivators and make them feel pain and fear. Only then can Huangli Island stand firm in the outer endless sea. At this time, in Lu Ping's cultivation room, Hu Lili finally confirmed the location of the teleportation formation that Lu Ping had set up in the deep-sea demon territory through the formation plate brought back by Lu Dagui. After placing the formation plate in the teleportation formation, the deep-sea demon territory and Huangli Island were finally connected. A white light flashed in the cultivation room, gradually blinding everyone's eyes. After the white light flashed, Hu Lili blinked her eyes and saw Lu Ping standing in front of her with a grin. Hu Lili's eyes curved into a pair of crescent moons as she softly said, "You're back?" Lu Ping nodded his head and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Hu Lili giggled and said, "What dangerous place did I get trapped in this time? Why did I need Dagui's help to use the teleportation formation to return?" When Lu Ping saw that Hu Lili was about to erase the formation on the ground, Lu Ping stopped her and said, "Just remove the formation plate. This formation may be useful in the future." Chapter 465. Tian Kang Laozu's unexpected appearance was like a bolt from the blue. Not only did it stun Yuan Guang Laozu, who was standing in front of Tianling Mountain, but even the Xianling Laozu, who was fighting in the void above Tianling Mountain, panicked. At this moment, Zhenling Laozu was also unwilling to continue fighting. Both sides seemed to have a tacit understanding, and each of them clashed head-on in the void. The dull sound caused the entire North Sea to shake. After that, the Laozu from the two sects in the sky also slowly descended. Dao Sheng Laozu, who was originally fighting against Tian Shui and Tian Fan, was calm and composed. However, after descending, he saw that Tian Kang Laozu did not look like he was about to die. Not only that, this mid-Dharma stage cultivation was like a sharp sword that pierced Dao Sheng Laozu's eyes. The moment he saw Tian Kang Laozu, Dao Sheng Laozu no longer had the calm and composed demeanor he had before. Finally, his expression became unusually ugly. Zhenling 4 mid-Dharma stage Laozu. Ever since Fei Ling sect was annihilated 4,000 years ago, the North Sea cultivation world had a short period of prosperity for 1,000 years. However, after this 1,000 years, including Xianling sect, the various sects in the North Sea had not had a grand occasion of having 4 mid-Dharma stage Laozu in one sect for almost 3,000 years. Compared to Dao Sheng Laozu, Tian Fan and Tian Shui Laozu's expressions were much worse. Tian Kang Laozu greeted his two seniors. Both of them smiled bitterly. Tian Fan Laozu said, "Originally, I wanted to keep junior brother hidden for a period of time. I didn't expect that this secret would be exposed so soon." Upon hearing this, the Xianling sect almost had the urge to kill someone. Feng Shutao's face was flushed. He was still immersed in the intense battle he just had with Tianjiang Laozu. Even though the battle ended in a draw, Feng Shutao was hundreds of years behind Tianjiang Laozu, which gave Feng Shutao the confidence to cultivate. Among all the Laozu present, the one with the worst expression was Dao Yang Laozu. In this battle, Dao Yang Laozu didn't have the slightest advantage. On the contrary, Jiang Tianlin and Liu Tianling had the upper hand. However, what made him the most furious was that Tian Kang Laozu was actually standing in front of him unscathed. Back then, the defeated opponent that he had forced to use a divine ability that consumed his life and was on the verge of death was now a mid-stage Laozu who was on the same level as him. How could this be? How could this be? Dao Yang knew all too well about the injuries that Tian Kang Laozu had sustained in the past. There was no way for him to recover. What method did Zhenling use, and what price did he pay, to not only heal Tian Kang Laozu's injuries, but also advance to the mid-stage Dharma stage? At this moment, besides Zhenling and the other Laozu, this was the biggest question in the minds of all the North Sea sect's Laozu, who was watching the battle from the surrounding void. All these questions were focused on the various longevity pills that Zhenling had collected in the North Sea. However, among all the Laozu present, the one who was the most disheveled was not Dao Yang Laozu, but Dao Li Laozu, whose clothes had been burned with a few holes. At this moment, Dao Li Laozu's reaction to Tian Kang Laozu's appearance was the least intense. He stared fixedly at the sky cauldron opposite him and the three-legged cauldron in Laozu's hand. Zhenling also had his own magic elixir cauldron, and from the looks of it, its quality was even higher than Xianling sect's sea-boiling cauldron. From now on, Xianling sect was not the only sect in the North Sea to have a magic elixir cauldron. Because of this magic elixir cauldron, Xianling sect had once gained all the advantages in the North Sea training world. When many Laozu cultivated Dharma elixirs, because of the value of these elixirs, in order to increase the success rate, these Laozu had no choice but to seek help from Xianling sect's sea-boiling cauldron. Xianling sect had always agreed readily, and at the same time, the treasures that Laozu from the various sects had been especially painful for them. Now that Zhenling also had a magic elixir cauldron, Xianling sect's advantage would undoubtedly be reduced once again. Zhenling and Xianling sect stood side by side. Yuan Guang Laozu hesitated for a while, but in the end, he did not openly stand on Xianling sect's side. He still had to act as a fair and just person in front of the North Sea training world, not interfering with the affairs of the North Sea training world, even though this image had been seen through by almost everyone when he attacked Zhenling's sect-protecting formation. I also have to congratulate Brother Tian Kang for passing the early Dharma stage and advancing to the mid-Dharma stage. From now on, the strength of the human race in the North Sea training world has increased once again. The first to speak was still Dao Sheng Laozu. Tian Kang Laozu did not hesitate and returned the salute calmly. He said, "Senior brother Dao Sheng, you flatter me." Tian Kang merely escaped from death. After the two of them finished speaking, both sides fell silent again. Tianfan Laozu suddenly said, "Disciple Shenyan tried to assassinate Dao Shi, but Disciple Shenyan has already fallen. Disciple Shenyan has already repaid the karma, but Huangli Island being controlled by our sect is the safest strategy. What do you think, senior brother Dao Sheng?" Dao Sheng Laozu snorted coldly and did not reply. The meaning of Tianfan Laozu's words was very clear. First, in reality, Xianling sect had already lost this battle when Tian Kang Laozu suddenly appeared. Before Zhenling had a new mid-Dharma or late Dharma Laozu, Zhenling's strength had in fact already surpassed Xianling sect's. Second, for the sake of the human race in the North Sea training world, Huangli Island should be handed over to Zhenling to manage, which was the safest strategy. However, Daoxian Laozu could not admit it. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to handing over Huangli Island. Now that Zhenling was powerful, Xianling sect could not do anything about it. However, Dao Sheng Laozu had to leave an excuse to recapture Huangli Island in the future. Otherwise, Dao Sheng Laozu's reputation would be tarnished. At this time, Yuan Guang Laozu, who was standing at the side, laughed and said, "Forget about your sect's Shenyan immortal, but his son is a bastard born from the union of a human and a demon. Since ancient times, humans and demons cannot coexist. This person must not be allowed to live in this world. I believe that your sect also does not want to have the reputation of colluding with the demon race, right?" Tian Shui Laozu had already tolerated Yuan Guang Laozu for a long time. Hearing this, she immediately said sternly, "Don't go too far. Disciple Xuanin's son grew up in our sect. How could he have any relations with the demon race? It's better for you not to be so ruthless." Yuan Guang Laozu, on the other hand, said seriously, "The grudges between the human and demon race have been going on for a long time. For tens of thousands of years, how many human cultivators have died in the hands of the demon race? Their descendants, relatives, and friends all hate the demon race to the core. I believe that your friends from your sect should know about this very well. If they knew that your sect actually protected a bastard born from the union of a human and a demon, how would your sect deal with it? At least, My crystal palace will never allow such a ridiculous thing to happen. Yuan Guang Laozu's first sentence was reasonable, but the last sentence was an undisguised danger. Everyone present, including Laozu, knew what kind of a colossus the crystal palace was. Don't think that Zhenling's four middle Dharma Laozu could force Xianling sect, who had Dao Sheng, to retreat. However, in the eyes of the crystal palace, they were not even worth mentioning. The crystal palace dominated the East Sea. Its strength was not something that the sects in the North Sea could fathom. Tian Shui Laozu was so angry that she was speechless. Although she was not angry at Yuan Guang Laozu for using his power to oppress others and taking it out on a third-generation disciple, she knew the severity of the situation. Currently, the relationship between the human and demon race was very tense. The crystal palace behind Yuan Guang Laozu represented the righteousness of the overseas human race fighting against the demon race. Zhenling could not bear the crime of colluding with the demon race at this moment. Yuan Guang Laozu smiled proudly and said, "I believe that your sect will make the right choice." After saying that, Yuan Guang Laozu laughed and disappeared in front of Qianling Mountain. Seeing this, Dao Sheng Laozu said expressionlessly, "If that's the case, today's matter will end here." Looking at the retreating Xianling sect, Zhenling Laozu did not force Xianling sect to retreat at all. In fact, he announced the joy of Zhenling becoming the #1 sect in the North Sea. Qianling Mountain once again returned to its previous state. However, the cultivators in Zhenling who had witnessed this battle were extremely excited. The four middle Dharma realm Laozu. At this moment, everyone knew that Zhenling had in fact already possessed the strength to surpass Xianling sect. The entire Qianling Mountain was filled with a kind of joy, vitality. This kind of atmosphere was rapidly spreading to the various islands under Zhenling's jurisdiction through the teleportation array. However, in contrast to the enthusiastic atmosphere in Zhenling, at this moment, in the Qimai Palace on the peak of Qianling Mountain, Jiang Tianlin and Liu Tianling were standing on the left and right of the palace gate, as if they were waiting for someone. At this moment, the two of them were deeply moved. The void in front of them rippled, and a youthful face and white hair Laozu had already appeared in front of the two of them. The two of them hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Master Kang Qiong of the Sea Fire sect. Master Tianfan, Master Tianxue, and Master Tiankang are already waiting in the palace. Please come in and have some tea." The youthful face and white hair of the Sea Fire sect, Kang Qiong Laozu, laughed and said, "All right, then I'll have to trouble you for a while. At the same time, I also wish Brother Tiankang a blessing in disguise." Kang Qiong Laozu slowly walked into the Qimai Palace, while Jiang Tianlin and Liu Tianling continued to stand at the gate as boys to welcome guests. Soon after, Jade Sword Laozu of the Jade Sword sect also cut through the void and descended on Qianling Mountain. This was also a mid-Dharma Laozu, so Jiang Tianlin and Liu Tianling did not dare to be negligent and still went forward to greet him. After a while, the mid-Dharma Laozu of the Shuiyang Pavilion, Chongming sect, and Kang Hai sect also rushed over, followed by the few large sects and independent family forces of the North Sea. They were all welcomed into the Qimai Palace by the two of them. Just when Jiang Tianlin and Liu Tianling thought that no one would come, the void in front of them flashed again, and another person appeared. Jiang Tianlin and Liu Tianling were surprised, but they did not say much. They raised their hands to greet the other party, then walked into the Qimai Palace together. On Huangli Island, just as Lu Ping returned through the teleportation portal, the entire island seemed to have experienced an earthquake. There was a violent tremor, followed by a sound that seemed to tear the entire sky apart. All kinds of earth-shattering battle cries accompanied by all kinds of strange beast roars and bird cries rang out. The rumbling of spells and the clashing of treasures and instruments resounded throughout the universe. Hu Lily exclaimed, "Oh no, the protective array of Huangli Island has been breached by the demon clan." Chapter 466. Lu Ping left Lu Dagui in the cultivation room to consolidate his cultivation. After thinking about it, he also left Samling here to guard the cave residents and protect Lu Dagui's cultivation. Hu Lily asked hesitantly, With Samling's current cultivation, he will be a great help to you. Why don't you let him fight? As Lu Ping walked out, he said, Samling's identity has been exposed once in the deep-sea demon region. Now that the primordial giant crocodile is here, it will definitely recognize the identity of the green sea snake. Once Samling's identity is exposed again, not only will the demon clan know that I broke into the deep-sea demon region, but I'm afraid that the human clan will also investigate Samling's identity. Hu Lily said worriedly, then what should we do? The identity of the three spirits will be revealed one day. Wouldn't it be worse if the Emerald Sea Spirit Snake clan interfered? The green sea snakes were like giants in the East Sea and the Crystal Palace. Even the primordial giant crocodile was no match for them. Lu Ping was silent for a moment and said, there will be a way. At this time, after the protective formation over Huangli Island was broken, the human clan practitioners and the demon clan practitioners were already fighting. In the sky, on the island, and in the sea, there were battlefields between the two clans. Most of the buildings on Huangli Island that Lu Ping had worked hard to manage had been destroyed. The so-called island guarding formation was not like a tortoise shell that could only be attacked by human enemies. On the contrary, it was like a city wall managed by mortals. When attacked by enemies, not only could it protect them, but the human cultivators protected by the formation could also use the protection of the formation to launch counterattacks against the demon clan outside the formation. But this time, the number of demon clan practitioners attacking Huangli Island was far more than before. In addition to the 3 late-core Forging Realm cultivators leading the team, there were 8 mid-core Forging Realm cultivators and 13 early-core Forging Realm cultivators. In addition, there were 7 or 8 Crown Prince's party members who were seriously injured by Chu Shencheng and the others, and 5 or 6 unharmed Crown Prince's party members. It was just that they were frightened and did not participate in the attack on the protective formation until the protective formation was broken. Seeing that the demon clan had gained the upper hand, they joined forces to kill a few blood condensation realm human cultivators and became arrogant again. When Lu Ping and Hu Lily arrived, they saw Zheng Jie being beaten up by a group of Crown Prince's party members. She was vomiting blood and falling from the sky. A core Forging Realm second-layer demon clan cultivator roared excitedly and rushed towards Zheng Jie, who had fallen to the ground. Zheng Jie was Hu Lily's best friend. Seeing her friend in trouble, Hu Lily quickly flew towards the place where Zheng Jie fell, but it was already too late. Seeing that Zheng Jie was about to die, Hu Lily suddenly heard a sharp whistling sound behind her. A long whip that looked like flowing water cut through the void. Before the whistling sound reached the demon clan's ears, the water whip had already lashed the demon clan cultivator into 2. Pa! The crisp sound of the demon clan cultivator's flesh and blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, it also startled the 5 or 6 demon clan cultivators who had just taken human form. The confidence that they had built up from slaughtering low-level human cultivators suddenly collapsed. Lu Ping's core Forging Realm pressure spread out. These 5 or 6 demon clan cultivators who looked like debauchees suddenly shouted and retreated far away from Huangli Island. Lu Ping naturally wouldn't waste his time on these cowards. Hu Lily had already flown over and rescued Zheng Jie. However, Zheng Jie had already suffered serious injuries. From the looks of it, it would be impossible for her to fully recover without 2 to 3 years of recuperation. Lu Ping saw Hu Lily hurriedly take out a bottle of healing pills, so he handed a water-refined healing pill to Hu Lily and said, water-refined pills have a miraculous effect on healing injuries. You take good care of her. If anyone comes, use the amethyst wasp formation to greet them. I'll go to another place to fight for a while. Hu Lily nodded and said, you be careful. I'm now a core Forging Realm cultivator. With the amethyst wasp formation, it won't be easy for a mid-stage core Forging Realm cultivator to kill me. Hu Lily majored in formations. Only in her hands could the amethyst wasp formation display a greater power. The human cultivators on Huangli Island were now clearly at a disadvantage. Although Lu Ping's group of good friends unintentionally came to Huangli Island because of him, there were only 12 to 13 people, including Daoist Master Chu Shencheng. Also, because Huangli Island had become more and more important these years, there were already core Forging Realm cultivators coming and going on the island. When the war broke out, there were a few core forging realm cultivators on the island. They originally planned to go out to explore a dangerous place, but now they just happened to become a great helper in resisting the demon race's invasion. In the sky, Daoist Master Chu Shencheng had already been jointly blocked by Daoist Master Mo Wei and Daoist Master Ao Lai. Although Daoist Master Ao Lai was only at the 7th stage of core forging realm, because he was from the primordial giant crocodile clan, his strength was enough to fight against an 8th stage core forging realm cultivator. Ji Xian Xian and Yin Xian Chu had a tacit understanding with each other. Their cultivations had both broken through to the middle stage of core forging realm. Before Lu Ping returned, the two of them were originally the highest battle power apart from Daoist Master Chu Shencheng. However, because the two of them had gone out of the island for a surprise attack, they had consecutively killed 3 early-stage core forging realm cultivators of the demon race. Although the two of them were confident that they could fight against a 6th-stage core forging realm cultivator, how could they be a match for a new late-stage core forging realm cultivator like Daoist Master Chu Shencheng? Fortunately, there was a 5th-stage core forging realm cultivator called Daoist Master Shen Ce who took the initiative to join hands with the two of them. They were barely able to resist Daoist Master Chu Xuancheng's attack. However, they were only struggling at death's door. Daoist Master Shen Ce had long been seriously injured and vomited blood. 2 of Ji Xian Xian's puppet warriors had been destroyed. Yin Xian Chu could only rely on his ghostly escape technique to barely hold on. Lu Ping's divine sense swept out and quickly grasped the situation on Huangli Island. At the same time, Lu Ping's divine sense also exposed his location. Immediately, 2 middle-stage core forging realm demon cultivators rushed towards him. Lu Ping coldly snorted and a blue light flashed under his feet. He avoided the two's attack and flew towards the other side. The 2 demon cultivators thought that Lu Ping was afraid to fight and chased after Lu Ping while laughing and cursing. At this moment, Chen Lian was working together with a Zhenling early-stage core forging realm cultivator to fight against a middle-stage core forging realm demon cultivator. This Zhenling early-stage core forging realm cultivator was also from the tool refining hall. Normally, he admired Chen Lian's tool refining skills and had many dealings with Chen Lian. This time, he went out to sea to search for a rare spiritual material. Unexpectedly, he encountered such a situation and could only join hands with Chen Lian to fight with his back to the wall. This time, there were already 8 middle-stage core forging realm demon cultivators. Helpless, Chen Lian, Ma Yu, Zhong Jian, Yarrow Yong, Du Feng, and the others, although they had not broken through to the middle-stage core forging realm, chose to challenge the demon cultivators who were a higher realm than them. Although they weren't a match for the demon cultivators, they tried their best to hold them back. As a result, the early-stage core forging realm demon cultivators no longer had any opponents and began to slaughter the blood condensation realm cultivators on Huangli Island. Fortunately, the 2,000 blood condensation realm cultivators on the island weren't easy targets. Some of the late-stage blood condensation realm cultivators joined hands and formed a Zhenling 3 talents 5 elements Dao soldier formation to resist the attacks of the early-stage core forging realm demon cultivators. The remaining mid-stage blood condensation realm cultivators had no choice but to fend off the attacks of the various demonic beasts. Fang Wei, Fang Xia, Wang Qi, and Tian Yu formed a small team. Among the 4 of them, only Tian Yu had yet to break through to the mid-stage blood condensation realm. Fang Wei and Fang Xia had just fought a 6th-layer blood condensation realm demonic beast together when Wang Qi suddenly attacked from the side, piercing the demonic beast's head with his sword. Fang Wei and Fang Xia looked enviously at the high-grade flying sword in Wang Qi's hand. Fang Xia was even more envious. She said, "I don't know what kind of dogshit luck you have to be able to help enlightened Master Chen Lian so much. With such a high-grade flying sword, its attack power is probably on par with a top-grade magic artifact." Wang Qi smiled proudly. Tian Yu immediately went forward and dissected the demonic beast's skin and flesh. He then filled a jade bottle with a lot of blood. At the same time, his face lit up with joy. Condensed blood beads. Haha, 6 condensed blood beads. The 3 of them were overjoyed. These 6 sixth-layer condensed blood beads were worth quite a lot of spirit stones. It was enough for them to exchange for a lot of cultivation pills from Fang Wei and Fang Xia's father, Fang Dao. These pills were all made by Grandmaster Lu Xianping, and they were all top-quality pills. Demand for these pills had always been higher than supply. Only Fang Wei and Fang Xia, as Fang Dao's biological children, were able to obtain a portion of these pills from Fang Dao. However, they had to exchange for spirit herbs and materials. Wang Qi looked at Tian Yu as he put away the 6 condensed blood beads like they were treasures. He said helplessly, "Tian Yu, you've seen Master Lu Xianping practice his swordsmanship in the past. Why is it that even though you've reached the blood condensation realm, your strength is still in a mess? There are more and more demonic beasts swarming into Huangli Island. You have to be careful." Tian Yu smiled embarrassedly. With the 4 of them gathered together, Tian Yu's strength was pitiful. He could only deal with some blood-refining realm demonic beasts. If he encountered an early blood condensation realm demonic beast, he would be beaten to a pulp. He even needed Wang Qi and the others to help him. At this time, a late blood condensation realm demonic beast suddenly appeared on Huangli Island. It was a demonic beast that was half a step into the human form. It charged towards Wang Qi and the others. Wang Qi's face changed when he saw that there were demonic beasts all around them. "This is bad. Let's fight to the death." Tian Yu was so scared that his face turned pale. Suddenly, he thought of something and took out a jade bottle from his storage bag. He opened the lid and scattered the contents inside. 8 black pills emitted a strong fragrance and landed beside the late blood condensation realm demonic beast. Fang Wei, who was standing beside Tian Yu, took 2 deep breaths and his stomach growled. Fang Xia and Wang Qi did the same. Fang Xia's face turned red. She turned around and glared at Tian Yu. "What kind of pills are these? What are you doing?" Before Fang Xia could finish her sentence, a chaotic roar sounded in front of them. Fang Xia and the others, who often went out to sea to hunt demonic beasts, knew that this was the cry of a demonic beast before its death. The 3 of them looked over and saw 8 mid and early blood condensation realm demonic beasts rushing towards the late blood condensation realm demonic beast. The late blood condensation realm demonic beast was enraged and knocked 3 demonic beasts away. However, the other demonic beasts were still rushing towards it. The late blood condensation realm demonic beast was enraged and immediately attacked. It tore apart 2 demonic beasts that were charging at it. This time, the other demonic beasts seemed to have come to an agreement. They roared and charged at the late blood condensation realm demonic beast together. 8 to 9 demonic beasts clashed, and Fang Wei and the others were dumbfounded. Wang Qi turned to Tian Yu and asked, "What's going on? It's the pills you scattered just now, right?" Fang Wei and Fang Xia were also shocked. Tian Yu smiled proudly and said, "This is called the starving swallowing pill. I exchanged hundreds of century-old spiritual herbs from Immortal Master Fang for the recipe. It's the most effective for mid and early blood condensation realm demonic beasts. It can make them feel the most primitive hunger and lose their minds. However, these pills are useless against late blood condensation realm demonic beasts." Wang Qi looked at Tian Yu in shock and said, "You can actually concoct pills? What grade is the starving swallowing pill? How come I've never heard of it?" Tian Yu chuckled and said, "I'm still an apprentice alchemist. The starving swallowing pill is the only late blood condensation realm pill I've successfully concocted. The starving swallowing pill is a special pill, but I didn't expect it to have such an effect." Fang Wei and Fang Xia looked at each other. They didn't know when their father obtained this pill recipe. However, when they thought about how their father was entrusted by Enlightened Master Lu Xianping to help Enlightened Master who manage Huangli Island's market, it was normal for him to have some strange items. Fang Wei seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, "You need a cauldron to concoct pills, right? You even have a cauldron?" A cauldron was like a debao shell to a blood condensation realm cultivator. It was like a cauldron to a grandmaster alchemist. Zhenling wanted to train alchemists, but apprentices weren't qualified to own a cauldron. If they wanted to practice, They had to go to the Pill Pavilion and use the sect's cauldron. There were many restrictions. Tian Yu stayed on Huangli Island all year round. Everyone knew that Tian Yu had never been to Tianling Mountain. Tian Yu didn't dare to go out to sea to hunt demonic beasts. He only relied on the spiritual fields on the island to earn spirit stones. It was extremely difficult for him to buy a cauldron. Tian Yu scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "I rented the cauldron from Senior Fang Dao. It's a low-grade cauldron. The rental fee is very high. Senior Fang Dao charged half of the pills I concoct." Fang Xia snorted and said, "Be content. Since it's rented to you, you must have it with you and can use it at any time. It's no different from owning a cauldron. Have you seen any apprentice alchemists in our sect who can use a cauldron to practice at any time like you?" Tian Yu laughed foolishly and didn't say anything else. Right at this time, Wang Qi said happily, "All right, these late blood condensation demonic beasts have both suffered heavy injuries. Let's join forces and see if we can kill this injured 8th layer blood condensation demonic beast." In the blink of an eye, Lu Ping and the 2 mid-stage core forging demonic beasts circled half a circle in the sky. When they saw Chen Lian, they raised the water whip in their hands and lashed it at the mid-stage core forging demonic beast that was fighting with Chen Lian and his junior brother. The demonic beast was entangled with Chen Lian and Wang Qi. By the time they realized that they couldn't dodge Lu Ping's sneak attack, they could only try their best to avoid being hit in their vitals and dodge to the side. Pa! Another crisp sound rang out. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The demonic beast's protective energy barrier had already shattered, and there was an inch-deep whip mark on its back. The demonic beast let out a mournful howl. When Chen Lian raised his head and saw Lu Ping, his face lit up with joy. With a flick of his wrist, he threw a golden sword towards Lu Ping. The golden sword flew in the air and seemed to notice Lu Ping's presence. Immediately, a joyful sword cry rang out. Lu Ping smiled and turned around. The golden scale sword trembled and spun behind Lu Ping. It stopped above Lu Ping's head and pointed at the 2 mid-stage core forging demonic beasts chasing after Lu Ping. Chapter 467. Chen Lian had taken the golden scale sword to Sage Enigma Flame to refine the 5th psychic barrier. After returning to Huangli Island, Lu Ping learned from Hu Lily that the golden scale sword had been upgraded. However, to Lu Ping's surprise, Sage Enigma Flame had been helping his master, Tianling Laozu, guard the spirit mine on Frost Island. At the same time, he was in charge of discovering the rich spiritual materials under Frost Island. That was why he had never been in the artifact refining hall. Chen Lian had no choice but to beg the other martial uncles of the artifact refining hall. Unexpectedly, Tianjiang Laozu happened to run into him. When he heard that it was Lu Ping's magic treasure, Tianjiang Laozu took the golden scale sword and successfully refined the 5th psychic barrier in no time. As his divine sense swept across the golden scale sword, Lu Ping could clearly sense that the first 2 ordinary barriers were clearly different from the last 3. These were the barriers that Lu Ping had obtained when he obtained the golden scale sword. They were the methods of the Yarrow clan's artifact refiners. The 3rd ordinary barrier was much more immature. It was refined with Chen Lian's help. The traces of the 4th psychic barrier were very heavy. Under the perception of Lu Ping's divine sense, the flickering psychic barrier perfectly integrated with Lu Ping's divine sense, allowing Lu Ping to inject more true essence into the golden scale sword and display more powerful swordsmanship. However, compared to the newly refined 5th psychic barrier, the 4th barrier was like the bright moon meeting the blazing sun. If the 4th psychic barrier seemed to have a life of its own and could automatically absorb the true essence that Lu Ping had injected into the golden scale sword, the 5th psychic barrier was like a Dao Tai. Before Lu Ping could display his swordsmanship, it let out a hungry roar as if it could not wait to devour Lu Ping's true essence and fight to its heart's content. The means of a Grandmaster artifact refiner were truly extraordinary. Lu Ping's first move was a torrent of swordsmanship that rushed towards the 2 mid-core forging realm demonic cultivators. The expressions of the 2 demon cultivators who had thought that Lu Ping was afraid to fight instantly changed drastically. With their cultivation bases, How could they not see the absolute power contained in Lu Ping's sword technique? The two demon cultivators couldn't care less about anything else. They wielded their respective magic treasures and attacked the torrent of sword techniques together, intending to completely break it. However, the power of the golden scale sword, which had condensed the fifth psychic restriction, had greatly increased. Although the two demon cultivators had joined hands to barely break the torrent of sword techniques unleashed by Lu Ping, they were pushed back hundreds of feet in midair by the tremendous force. The two yarrow cultivators' faces were pale with fear. It was obvious that Lu Ping's attack had consumed a lot of their true essence. One of the yarrow cultivators seemed to think of something and exclaimed, You're Zhenling Lu Shenping. Lu Ping, on the other hand, didn't expect his reputation to be so great. He smiled strangely at the beast cultivator. The yarrow cultivator who recognized Lu Ping looked at Lu Ping's strange smile and seemed to find something wrong. However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, the sound of his protective aura shattering came from behind. The yarrow cultivator felt a chill down his spine and hurriedly dodged to the other side. Then, he felt a chill on his left leg. When he looked down, a faint blue light flashed. His left leg had been cut off from the thigh, and blood sprayed to the ground like a fountain. The yarrow cultivator let out a long mournful hiss, turned around and fled out of Huangli Island. Seeing this, the other yarrow cultivator knew that he was no match for Lu Ping, so he hurriedly retreated in the direction of Daoist Lu Hai. Lu Ping was about to meet this Daoist Lu Hai. Just now, Lu Ping's divine sense could already sense that Ji Shenxian and Yin Shenchu had reached their limits. As for the other Daoist Lu Hai, he had seen Daoist Lu Hai in the True Spirit Side courtyard competition. He had accumulated more experience. Although he had suffered a small loss at the beginning, he still had some strength left. Daoist Lu Hai had received the warning from the other yarrow cultivator and obviously knew that Lu Shenping had appeared. Towards this human cultivator who had once brought him humiliation, Daoist Lu Hai had long wanted to kill him. He immediately left Daoist Lu Hai and the other two and flew in the direction of Lu Ping. The yarrow cultivator who flew towards Daoist Lu Hai to report was originally planning to seek Daoist Lu Hai's protection. Unexpectedly, when Daoist Lu Hai discovered Lu Ping, he turned around and went to meet him. This caused the yarrow cultivator, who had been exhausted by Lu Ping's torrent of sword technique, to be unable to catch up to Daoist Lu Hai's footsteps. Thus, Yin Shenchu and the other two, who were rescued by Lu Ping, surrounded the yarrow cultivator. The desperate yarrow cultivator struggled on his deathbed. While Daoist Lu Hai and Lu Ping were fighting, the yarrow cultivator let out an unwilling wail and fell from the sky onto Huangli Island, dead. In every war, there was no lack of cunning cultivators. For example, Dabao was a late blood condensation realm demonic beast, but he had never fought a blood-refining realm demonic beast head-on. He had only participated in battles using some sneaky methods. This time was the same. For example, Seng Wu, who had received a favor from Lu Ping in the past, and his 5 mid-blood condensation companions worked together to kill a group of demonic beasts led by a late blood condensation realm demonic beast. That late blood condensation realm demonic beast was about to lead the other demonic beasts in a charge when it suddenly collided with an earthen wall that rose from the ground. After breaking through the earthen wall, the demonic beast suddenly felt its body becoming heavier, as if a weight several times its original weight was pressing down on it. The demonic beast naturally didn't care about this, but before it could take 2 steps, its feet suddenly sank, and half of its body was caught in a crack in the ground. The demonic beast struggled with all its might, and Seng Wu and his companions were overjoyed to see this. They took the opportunity to kill 6 or 7 mid-blood condensation demonic beasts along with the late blood condensation realm demonic beast. His companions then happily collected the spiritual materials from the demonic beast's body. However, when they were about to dissect the body of the late blood condensation realm demonic beast, they discovered that the demonic beast's heart had been dug out. The residual arcane energy waves inside clearly told them that the demonic beast didn't have the time to self-destruct its condensed blood bead before it died. In other words, the condensed blood bead had already been taken by someone else. Seng Wu smiled bitterly and said, Let's remove the demonic beast's skin first. We'll take the other useful things if we can. The youngest female cultivator among the companions said with dissatisfaction, "Who is this? How dare they steal our spoils of war?" Seng Wu put his index finger in front of his mouth and made a shushing gesture. He said, "Who else could it be? This is Enlightened Master Lu's subordinate, Treasure Master. Didn't you see that the demonic beast fell into the crack in the ground?" The little female cultivator also made an exaggerated gesture of fear and said, "It's him. Rumor has it that Treasure Master runs an underground palace on Huangli Island. The palace is connected to all directions, and it is filled with treasures that Treasure Master has collected from Enlightened Master Lu all these years. I wonder if it's true." Seng Wu shook his head and said, "Why do you believe this too? It's just a rumor." In fact, Seng Wu also believed this rumor. When he patrolled the island with Junling's disciples, he had seen a few sneaky cultivators digging deep holes on Huangli Island, as if they were looking for something. On the other side of Huangli Island, Wang Qi and the others finally got their hands on the heavily injured 8th layer blood condensation demonic beast. Just as they were about to reap the spoils of war, they turned their heads and realized that 4 of the 8 mid-blood condensation demonic beasts that were killed by the late blood condensation demonic beast were missing. Wang Qi and the others looked at each other. Fang Xia unhappily shouted in a direction, "Treasure Master, aren't you being too disloyal?" You didn't even do anything this time, so how can you take 4 demonic beast corpses? Fang Xia's dissatisfaction seemed to make Treasure Master, who was hiding somewhere, feel ashamed. Not far away from the 4, the soil on the ground was flipped up, and a demonic beast corpse appeared in front of everyone. Fang Xia walked over and kept the demonic beast corpse. She said unwillingly, 3 is too many, Treasure Master, you are too greedy." Treasure Master, who was hiding somewhere, thought for a moment and seemed to feel that something was wrong. The soil was flipped up again, and another demonic beast corpse was released. This time, it appeared a few meters behind Fang Xia. Fang Xia was overjoyed, but she still pretended to be angry and said, "1, Treasure Master, for the sake of enlightened being Lu, you can only take 1. But this time, no matter what Fang Xia said, there was no more movement from the ground. Wang Qi saw that Fang Xia was still trying to reason with Treasure Master, who was hiding somewhere, so he smiled and said, "Forget it, Treasure Master is probably long gone. Everyone, take advantage of the fact that there are no demonic beasts coming, and quickly recover your energy." After the demonic cultivator who was fighting with Chen Lian and Lu Ping was seriously injured by Lu Ping's water whip, Chen Lian and Lu Ping finally seized the opportunity and completely suppressed it. At this time, the demonic cultivator who was about to retreat was blocked by Hu Lili, who rushed over with the purple crystal bee formation. The 3 of them worked together to seriously injure the demonic cultivator, and in the end, Chen Lian seized the opportunity to behead him. Chen Lian's junior brother, Enlightened being Xian Dao, met Hu Lili under Chen Lian's introduction. He landed on the island and wanted to take the demonic cultivator's storage artifact as his spoils of war. Unexpectedly, when Enlightened being Xian Dao landed on the ground, he made a sound of surprise and exclaimed, "Where did this person's storage artifact go? I clearly saw this person wearing a storage bracelet just now, why is it gone?" Chen Lian looked at Hu Lili helplessly. Hu Lili's face turned red, she stomped on the ground and scolded, "Dabao, you lazy thing, quickly hand over the storage artifact." Enlightened being Xian Dao looked around, but he looked at Hu Lili inexplicably. He didn't know who she was talking to. Hu Lili's face became more and more embarrassed. At this time, a fat yellow-haired rat suddenly drilled out of the ground, startling Enlightened being Xian Dao and almost attacked. Fortunately, Chen Lian had already expected it and stopped Enlightened being Xian Dao in advance, explaining something to him. Enlightened being Xian Dao's face became more and more strange. After the fat rat drilled out, it immediately circled around Hu Lili a few times in a flattering manner, its mouth was squeaking something. Hu Lili's face sank and said, "No, quickly take it out." The fat rat had no choice but to raise its head. Only then did Chen Lian's junior brother see a storage pouch tied around the fat rat's neck. But because the rat was too fat, a large lump of meat was squeezed together, wrapping the storage pouch in its meat. The fat rat's little head moved, and a storage bracelet fell to the ground. Enlightened being Shen Dao recognized it as the storage artifact of the dead beast cultivator. Hu Lili stretched out her hand and said, "There's more." The fat rat squeaked again, like a big meatball. It circled around Hu Lili twice. No one knew what it was saying, but Hu Lili's face turned red. She spat and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Fat Rat had no choice but to take out a few more ornaments from the storage pouch hanging around his neck. Only then did Daoist Master Shen Dao realize that the ornaments that the dead demon cultivator had been wearing were long gone. Although they were all inconspicuous magic tools, they were still valuable items in the eyes of blood condensation cultivators. Enlightened being Shen Dao was speechless. This method was obviously the 1 meter higher sky. Compared to this beast, he was too unprofessional. Unexpectedly, Hu Lili looked at the anxious fat rat on the ground, and didn't retract her hand. "What else is there?" Enlightened being Shen Dao turned to look at his senior brother, then at the corpse on the ground. After a while, he patted his head, and the magic tool in the beast cultivator's hand disappeared. The fat rat seemed to be really anxious this time. It squeaked very loudly, and Hu Lili's face turned red. It seemed that the fat rat said something that made Hu Lili feel very embarrassed. Chen Lian's junior brother was a little embarrassed this time. He quickly said, "Since this is senior sister's Dao companion, senior brother Lu's spirit pet, then it's only right that he gets some spoils of war. Senior sister, don't make things difficult for him." When junior brother Chen Lian said senior sister's Taoist partner, senior brother Lu, Hu Lili's already red face became even hotter. Fat Rat suddenly became excited and squealed twice, as if to agree with immortal Shen Dao's words. Chen Lian seemed to have guessed something. He laughed and scolded the fat rat, "All right, stop acting like a good boy. Hurry up and scram. If you don't leave, then other people will take all the treasures elsewhere." The fat rat suddenly thought of something. It hurriedly lifted its big fat butt, and its little head plunged down. Immediately, it disappeared into the ground. Enlightened being Shen Dao laughed and said, "Senior brother Lu's spirit pet is very spiritual." Hu Lili was embarrassed by De Bao's words just now. She didn't want to stay here any longer, so she said, "The situation on the island is still dangerous. I'll have to trouble junior brother to continue helping." Enlightened being Shen Dao quickly said, "We're from the same sect, of course." Hu Lili nodded at Chen Lian and hurriedly commanded the purple crystal bee demon soldier formation to fly elsewhere. Her footsteps seemed a little dazed. Suddenly, there was a piercing sound in the sky. The flying sword in Chen Lian's hand suddenly trembled. Chen Lian's face was a little serious as he looked in the direction of the piercing sound. Enlightened being Shen Dao seemed a little uncertain. He asked Chen Lian, "Senior brother, this is?" Chen Lian nodded and said in a deep voice, "Great sword technique. I'm afraid junior brother Lu is fighting with the late-stage core forging demon cultivator, Green Sea Sage." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,